councillors, welcome. Just go straight to the first agenda item, which is apologies. Everyone's here, so no apologies. Are there any declarations of interest in any of the agenda items? Okay, none. The third item is acknowledgement and remembrance of Ken Brown, who was a community board member for the Waitaki Community Board. He passed away sadly on the 8th of September. Ken had been a member of the Palmerston Community Board for 8 years, leading up to 1989 when the amalgamations happened, and he's been a Waihemo Community Board member from that time until he retired at the last election last year. With 30 years of experience on that community board, Ken was the longest serving community board member in New Zealand. So it's something that was an achievement which we acknowledged last year at his retirement. And we also just acknowledge the work that he also did as a member of the Honorary Licensing Trust during that time as well. So it's with great sadness that we learned of his passing. He passed away doing what he loved most, which was playing golf, and you know, I think that was notable in itself. So what I'll just ask is for everyone just to stand for a minute of silence in memory of Ken Brown. Thank you very much. With Ken's family and his time, and had a good send off at the golf club that we love so much at Palmerston. Now move on to confirmation of previous minutes. Item 4.1, public minutes of the council meeting held in August.
I'm happy to move it for the amendment in the future. I've got a couple of questions if you'll entertain them at some point.
Certainly, you want to, or someone like to second. Right.
Yeah, look, just I'm not sorry. I apologise for doing this, but I don't think I can oppose alternative wording for the moment, but certainly on page 15, the second paragraph, the first sentence doesn't make sense, and I think there's something missing, and I suspect that what's missing is when asked for regional funding to individual council member councils who signed up, if some councils chose not to, Mr. Jorgensen acknowledged. I think after chose not to, something like would still be available or could still be paid out or something of that sort. As the sentence reads, it doesn't mean anything. But I'm loath to, I mean, it's not my place to, it's my place to raise it, not my place to. No, I don't think we should rewrite it now, but I just flagged that maybe that's something that you, Near and the governance advisor could work on. And
oh, just on that, I'll just ask Zimmer asking that question. The intent was, so I can see a couple of possibilities there. One is the overall funding still going to be available. The other question that's been asked a number of times is if someone doesn't sign up, was their allocation reallocated to us?
I think that was the intent of the question at the time.
Yeah, so we'll modify that wording.
Yeah.
Complete that. Thank you.
And just going to page 16, item 7.4, the third paragraph. I won't read it out, but the first sentence again doesn't make sense as it's written, and it probably needs to be reworded and turned into two sentences. I just couldn't make sense of it. I couldn't even suggest. Well, when I can make sense of it, but it doesn't. Anyway, yeah, I just think it needs to be reworded.
The first paragraph there.
No, the third paragraph under 7.4. Mr. Hope addressed questions about the removal, and it goes right through to ends good position by the end of the year, full stop.
Okay.
And it just needs,
Okay, well, we'll just hope on that.
yes.
Fine. Okay, so with those, second is happy with those? Yeah. Okay, any other discussion on that? Put it, those in favour, they've been approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, it's carried. And next, the minutes of the additional council meeting held on the 5th of August.
Oh, sorry, Richard. This is a question only in relation to are you dealing with the public excluded minutes on the previous meeting, the 11th? No.
Not until we go.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay.
So page 24, start on page 25. So move those. Move. Councillor Hallstein, Councillor Kingham, thank you. Any comments? Put it, those in favour of being adopted, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And 4.3, minutes of the council meeting held on the 1st of September, page 36. So that's Councillor Timdale, thank you. And Councillor Newton, any comments? Right, those in favour of being adopted, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, that's carried. Thank you very much. Just going quickly then to 5.1 on page 42, number of recommendations from the Waihimo Community Board. First one is for the potential sale of land, where the Community Board has recommended that we approve sale of several blocks that are joined together, join each other, and authorise the chief executive to take relevant action. So if someone can move that. Councillor Newton, thank you. Councillor Tavendale, any comments on that?
I think, wasn't this the one that came to us and then Councillor Newton suggested it go to the board before it was ratified? So
Yes.
I think we've discussed the sale of these at council previously as well.
Okay. So I'll put that. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against. That's carried. And next one is on the location of the water filling station in Palmerston. So there was some good discussion by the community board. They had a couple of different options. They preferred the Mill Reserve site. So recommending that we agree to that. So I'm happy to move that. Councillor Newton. And seconded Councillor Holding. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And lastly, the community board was looking at changing the schedule for meetings just to ensure that they were meeting regularly enough. So the recommendation is on page 43. So we'll have to move that. Councillor Roby, any comment?
Yeah, sorry, Richard. Look, I just think in law, they don't need to ask our permission. They are the masters of their own destiny in that respect of sort. And they could have changed their scheduled meetings without referencing us. I noticed that they're simply asking us to agree to it.
Yeah.
But it might be helpful if they were told they don't need to ask our permission.
They do need, council needs to result in those 10.
Oh,
They are the entity, but it's asking for resourcing.
I see what you're saying.
So-
Okay. Yeah. No, fair point. Sorry, I hadn't thought of that. Yep, I retreat in disarray, classifying myself as a buffhead. I told you I'd work it in somehow.
Okay, I'm going to put it. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving to page 45, a recommendation from the Aotearoa Community Board, just again changing their schedule of meetings. So Councillor Newton, thank you. Someone second that. Councillor Hallstein. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? It's carried. Right, on to the excitement of joining the local government funding agency. So Mr. Hope to join us. Encore.
Miles.
Paul, hand over to you.
in spite of its length. Hopefully this is a relatively quick item. It's pretty mechanical. It's had more lawyers than I know what to do with crawl over the various aspects of it. We've had some very helpful advice from Miles and his team at Bancorp about navigating through the whole joining process to get to this point. And then Miles will then provide some further assistance and we'll talk to the Performance Audit Risk Committee after this meeting to talk about the actual structure of the borrowing that we can undertake. But this is an awful lot of this documentation is to essentially mitigate a risk that has, as far as I'm aware, never occurred in New Zealand, which is a local authority to default on a debt. However, we need to operate under the same law that many commercial entities operate under and issue debt under, so that's quite elaborate. But really it is a binary choice, as I said in the summary. We either accept all of these documents as they are presented and make the delegations, or we don't join. So it is very straightforward. But given that, happy to answer any questions and Miles can answer some of the questions about the mechanics, but in terms of any of the legal documents or legal descriptions, really, they are what they are. They have been well reviewed by sort of every party needs to review what every other party is suggesting. That's all been done. So here we are in the next stage.
Questions?
Yeah, look, I've got a couple of questions about two of the documents that you've given us, but also the Simpson-Grierson material. I suppose that, if I can I ask those questions?
This is what this session is.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, it seems to me that what we're doing, in a sense, is, if I can make an analogy, this charge over the rates is a bit like a mortgage on a property. Is that right? In other words, LGFA will have some right to call on our rates if there's a catastrophic incident of some sort.
That's correct.
So it's a kind of mortgage on the annual rate. Okay.
So just one point on that, it might clarify it. Do you want me to say something? The debenture trust deed is common for everyone who's a member of the LGFA, and it's an overarching security arrangement which gives every lender to the council equal rights in the event of a default. Without the debenture trust deed, you wouldn't have the charge over rates. Then the LGFA wouldn't have its AA+ credit rating and therefore wouldn't be able to offer you the benefits of providing funding. So it's very central to the operation of the LGFA, and it's common across the whole sector. There's nothing here that's specific or to yourselves.
Right. No, that's fine. I understand that. I suppose the other thing that I noticed with regard to the Simpson and Grierson document is that we're required to, this is page 60, we're required to invest in borrower notes when we borrow from the LGFA. What does that mean?
So the borrower notes, what they are is it's 2.5% of what you borrow. It was 1.6, but they put it up after the COVID struck. So for every $1 million that you borrow, you subscribe for 2.5% of borrower notes. So if it's $1 million, 25,000 of that is borrower notes. So you borrow $1 million, but they only give you 975,000. The borrower notes are capital because the LGFA being a financial institution, has to maintain minimum levels of capital. And you actually, while you pay interest on $1 million, you still get interest on, and you've only been given 975,000, you do get an interest rate on that 25,000. I think on $1 million, the difference between what you get, what you pay for the borrowing of the $1 million and what you get on the 25,000 works out to about $150 a year. That what it does is it provides the LGFA with the required capital, because as it gets bigger, and it's up to $12 billion now, it needs capital. And if in the event of a default or a call and the LGFA's equity position deteriorates, then those borrower notes can be converted to equity at the discretion of the LGFA. So it hasn't happened. I mean, it didn't happen over COVID, which was the worst event that's happened in the LGFA's history. So, I mean, I can't really see an event. Well, I mean, I can't say it won't happen, but it's there in the extremely unlikely event that the LGFA would need to have more equity. So they could convert the borrower notes to equity, and then you may be required to top up the borrower notes back to 2.5%. You do get the 25,000 per million, you get them back. You get that back when that borrowing matures. So it's not as if it's a grant or anything. It's just your contribution to capital.
Looking at page 58 of the agenda, this is a Simpson Grayson document. Is 34 a protection for us? This notion that if the worst case scenario occurred, our cost would be in proportion to the total annual rates income of the guaranteeing local authorities. So the big guys, okay, that's fine.
I should have actually, I was thinking about that last night, actually. I should have found out because they do have an amount of what your one would be. I mean, just to give you an example, I think, what did I do the other day? Was it Central Otago, who might have been about 0.45%? I think Dunedin were, who we did last year, I think were 2.71%. So it's in proportion to the rating base, so it's minimal.
Last question. It says here that on page 61, again, this is in the Simpson Grayson document, but there's a reference to it in Board's report. But page 61 says, we will commit to meeting a certain proportion of our borrowing needs from LGFA.
Yep.
What does that mean? And what does that commit us to? What percentage?
No, all it means is that essentially they will be our provider of finance of preference. So we can't just have a whole lot of lines of credit, join the LGFA and not borrow anything from.
So they're not going to say if you're borrowing 30 million this year, you have to borrow 10% of it from us.
No, they are saying something like that. But you know, we're looking to borrow 100. Yeah.
Somewhere else because
I see what. Yeah. Okay. All right. No, I get that.
the rates are so favourable.
Yeah. No.
I think that clause was put in at the very beginning of the LGFA because they needed to get up to a critical mass. So they wanted to ensure that the members who had joined up at that stage would commit to a certain percentage of borrowing so they could get up to that critical mass. It wouldn't be an issue now.
Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you for your explanation, Miles. Just to find the right page again now. Just, on the top of page, once again, the Simpson Grayson letter, page 57, it talks, at the bottom of page 56, uncalled capital. It talks about each principal shareholder are required to hold uncalled capital equal in amount to its paid up equity contribution. So can you explain what's that and how much is that? Equal to our paid up equity contribution. Is that equal to the 25,000 you mentioned a minute ago?
Yes, I think it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Okay, so just that, and then the second point, on pages earlier was in the bottom of page 54, 13, paragraph 13, that possible local authorities may be required to hold redeemable preference shares in LGFA. So what's the basis of the redeemable preference shares?
I haven't come across, I haven't gone down to that sort of granularity, but I mean, I think that would be in the case that, where there was some sort of financial stress, then a council would have to subscribe for redeemable preference shares in the LGFA. With the LGFA, if there is some sort of default, there's a whole waterfall effect that comes down. And when you actually look at it, it's quite complex, but the safeguards that have been put in place, I mean, just maybe a minute or two on the LGFA. I mean, it has borrowings of 12, it has debt of 12 billion. It's lent $12 billion to the sector. It's way more successful than even they thought it would be at its outset. It's actually been held up around the world as a model for other local governments. I know Mark Butcher from the LGFA has been to Australia and he's been to the UK to talk to them about it. It's delivered borrowing costs that are significantly cheaper than you can get somewhere else. Now, I just worked it out on the weekend and I told Paul that I worked out that if we have a portfolio, if we structure a portfolio now with a range of maturities out to 2027, your total borrowing cost, and you won't believe this, is 0.84%. All up. It's yeah, I mean, I looked at it and I looked at my formula and I thought, but borrowing costs have come down incredibly since COVID. The LGFA, the closest it came to having a problem was over COVID in April when the financial markets, the credit markets basically were stressed, I suppose is the best way to describe it. But then the government introduced what they call as the LSAP, which is the large scale asset purchase program, where they committed to buying $30 billion of government bonds. And then about 10 days later, they said, we'll include LGFA debt in that, in the LSAP. So it's the reserve, it's the government, it's printing money, it's the Reserve Bank buying government debt. And that freed the markets up, and they were able to do a $1.1 billion borrowing using a 2026 maturity. And that sort of, that broke the log jam, and they now have done another $1 billion one. So they hold about, I think, $1.5 billion worth of liquidity, excess borrowing, what they've actually lent. And they have $1 billion standby facility from the Debt Management Office, which is the government, and that's going up to 1.5 billion as well. So they're incredibly strong, and there are safeguards in there all the way through. And it's not just if there was a problem with one local authority, it's not, they don't go to the joint and several guarantee first. They've got liquidity, they've got the standby facility. There are a number of other steps that have to be gone through before it gets down, the waterfall effect gets down to the joint and several guarantee.
Yeah, thank you, Miles. Yeah. So I assume in the case that if there were, in the very unlikely circumstance, council was required to hold some redeemable preference shares, they would have a rate of return as well on them. So very unlikely to ever happen. So get that.
I mean, this is all designed to give assurance to international lenders that they're going to be repaid. And so, you know, like belts, braces, and everything else, just to get that, the credit rating that they do, which secures the, yeah, very economical funding for us.
Who are the main international lenders to the fund?
It's fund managers around the world. So they go around. They go around 4 or 5 times a year to the international investors. I mean, it could be superannuation funds. It could be sovereign wealth funds. Overseas governments actually holding New Zealand government debt, hedge funds. A lot of life insurance companies, because they have long dated assets, they actually need long dated liabilities. They actually need long dated assets, so they go and buy local authority debt. So it's just the whole, it's really the whole investment universe. So, but generally it's wholesale investors around the world, which is, it could be health insurance companies, could be life companies, could be hedge funds, could be sovereign governments, sovereign wealth funds.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, the supporting documents we've received, we've got about 15 of them. Number 1 references Covenant Trustee Services, which if I read it correctly is a sort of a subset of or another name for LGFA. Is that right? Is it part of it, or what's their relationship?
I mean, there's 3, so we need to go back and remember all the names.
And the other one, well, the other question I had in relation to that was who are Link Market Services who turn up in document number 2, who was signing up for various services to be provided?
Yeah.
Covenant Trustee Services, because you have a debenture trustee, you have to appoint then a trustee company. So Covenant Trustee, I think they used to be called, I've had several names. They used to be Foundation before that. They're one of the big trustee companies. Okay. So whenever there's a debenture trustee, well, just like having a trust, you have to have a trustee. Okay. So Covenant Trustee are the trust for them. Link Market Service are the registry. So have you heard of ComputerShare? Like ComputerShare and Link are the 2 main registries in New Zealand. So they're actually the registry. So they hold the record of your holding. And then you have to pay to them, and then you receive money from them when when you borrow. You have to pay money to the registry because they handle that. So when you borrow, they pay to you, and when you pay it back, you pay to them. You also have payments throughout the year, and that's handled through registry. So they're basically the holder of the records of the LGFA.
Just wondering, document 14, the security transition deed. The definitions, it says effective on the first page of the 10. Effective date means the date on which the council has received a CP confirmation. This is our relationship with our current bank. But then on page 4, it says the parties agree that the BNZ deed terminate on the effective date. I mean, obviously, What is that? Is the deed something we've got that will be supplanted by this, or?
Yeah, that's correct. So
So
with
this
this,
will take over from,
yes,
so what, how will that pan out? What does that mean?
not terribly. I mean, look, it's just at the moment, BNZ have a facility. We have a facility in place with supporting documents. They all need to be updated now that we're joining the LGFA. So it's just cancelling one and replacing it immediately with something else.
So I think the BNZ have a deed of charge, and that's the security that they have for the bank facility at the moment. They have to be transitioned over to the debenture trust deed, because the debenture trust deed is the overarching security arrangement which all lenders, because the BNZ will still have a facility with you, which they need.
I'm sorry, I just, thank you for allowing me to ask those questions, too.
Yeah, I'm not wishing to curtail our discussion on this, but bearing in mind that Mr. Hope and Mr. O'Connor have said to us that these documents had seen more lawyers crawling over them than anything else, and I'd be very just signifying my intention to move the recommendations 1 to 7.
Thank you. Just hand up. Yes, yeah, I'll take that. Okay, any discussion on the motion? I think just summarise things. Obviously, there has been a lot of scrutiny here. It's been quite an involved process, coming to us at different meetings. I think we all have a pretty good understanding of exactly what the implications are, and obviously I'm sure we're all in good agreement that the benefits definitely are there for council and for its ratepayers. So yeah, certainly very supportive of what we're doing. We're still a net lender, so that's always important to note. But we're actually making good money on the funds we've got loaned out because of the agreements we had. This arrangement will be used as necessary, and there's quite a lot of involvement that Mr. Hogan and his team have had pulling this all together, and just thank staff for all that. Councillor Tavendale.
Just wonder in number 5 if we need to actually name the council elected members.
You can do that if you wish.
I'm not sure if we need to. I just wondered.
No, yeah, I asked that question of Simpson Grayson, who's been a primary legal advisor through this, and they said, no, it's actually better to keep it generic. It just needs to be 2 elected members. They scrutinised these resolutions and they were happy with them. They would comply with everyone's requirements, so I think it would be better to pass it as they're written.
Perfect.
Yeah, my right to reply, if you like, just to say, yeah, I think it's a great backup. The Okurcha, it's a great facility the council can take advantage of, and as Mr. O'Connor has said, borrowing a package up to 2027 at 0.84% interest rate. Well, if you can get money any cheaper than that anywhere else, I'd love to know where it would come from. So it's a good opportunity for council to save borrowing costs and raise funds to do any, perform any capital works that may be required, may be desired in the Waitaki district. So I urge your support.
Thank you very much. I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, it's carried. Thank you very much, Miles.
Thank you.
Today, for those questions.
10.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And again, team, thank you for all the work that's gone into this.
Thank you. See you at 10.
Right. Now go to 6.2 on page 66. Just looking at the carry forward funds, and Mr. Hope, do you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, it's presented annually just to give elected members an opportunity to understand the level of projects that were not completed by the end of the financial year. A lot of times this is actually planned because the the projects do plan to span a couple of financial years. Others really just haven't been able to be as progressed as much as we would have hoped. But really that's a pretty standard item, and happy to answer any questions.
Councillor McGrovey.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Look, very quickly, what was the level of carry forward this time last year? Could you recognise the question, has any made any progress on reducing the carry forward?
No,
So what was the number?
I haven't got the number, but it was smaller than this.
Okay, so we increased this. Asset is not able to cope, or what do you feel the reason for the increase would be?
A whole lot of combining factors, but probably the key one, and you will hear it for lots of things, was the impact of COVID. I mean, it was 6 weeks of not being able to have contractors work on absolutely everything. It was only essential services. We talked to Whitestone Contracting about the impact it had on them of having sort of the shutdown for that period. And it's also, that period of time is usually also the key construction period for all the things that we do. So it was, in terms of that, it's the primary reason why it will have moved.
I think it's important to note some of the funds are just funds that accrue, and so they just carry forward because they just gather up, and potentially like amenity funds where they're working towards being enough to get on with particular projects. Others, certainly it's around, if you look in Three Waters, for example, something around $8 million just sitting in there, work to be done. I'd certainly expect that will down in the next 12 months with the put into the year. But yeah, it is a good question, Councillor McGrovey. It does a good chunk of that represents work that we intended to do and couldn't do or haven't done. So yeah, it's definitely a valid question. Councillor Hallstein and then Councillor Norman.
Yeah, just following up from Councillor McGrovey, that was part of my point that you asked, Ross, but just on that point, Paul, obviously with all the money coming through from government now for the Three Waters, there's more pressure being loaded onto the contracting sector, if you like, and council has never managed in the past to do all the work that's been on the books. I just wonder, would there be any value in looking at the work here, and rather than carrying it forward one schedule, trying to put it into different years that may actually eventuate? Because obviously some work here may not happen for the next goodness knows how long. I know it's more work, obviously, to try and analyse when it might actually be timed for completion, but just a total of how many 14 million, that's a lot of projects that I wonder how many of those the contracting sector can complete in the next 12 months.
I think that's perhaps not for this report, but I think there'd be as most do sit in the assets area, sort of if you're after a revised schedule of work or a sort of a work plan, that would be a good question for that committee to raise with officers and ask for some further information on it. But yeah, it's right with the additional funding from the Crown. It is going to be challenging, but as the Mayor noted, you have made the decision to put significant, particularly into the Three Waters area, to really to help address that problem.
But I guess it still comes down to the contracting companies, doesn't it? Like what you mentioned, Whitestone before, Paul, just what they can actually complete. We have also talked about the need to perhaps get ahead of the competition in terms of contractors, and I know that's certainly a priority for the Waters team to get as much of this work out into the as possible to the sector as early as possible. Thank you, Paul.
I think as we go through the long-term plan process, asking that question of, are these all going to be achieved this year, or actually they just get reallocated across whatever years in the long-term plan is probably just a natural process anyway, but one that we can be more deliberate about do it. and one where we do need good advice as we go through that and say, well, actually, are we being too ambitious with what we're trying to do each year, or is it achievable? Right, to Councillor Milne.
My question's along the same lines, but probably a little bit more specific. I understand that it's a normal process to carry this list forward each year, but of course this hasn't been a normal year, and we're not looking at a normal future, or we don't know how long. So I just want reassurance that this has been looked at with that in mind, and that we're just how it's affected our priorities and any lingering effects that will be going on into the next 1 or 2 years that we might be under the same sort of regime.
Yeah, my response to that is the question is there anything in here that you don't feel is actually going to meet the objectives that were originally set for it? Not worry too much about the timing. I think that could be addressed with the information that Councillor Wolfstein suggested should be produced. It's for this decision, it's really about looking at the list and saying, no, that's actually, things have moved on and that's not going to deliver anything of value to the community or to council, and therefore we should remove it rather than just the timing issue. Hopefully that answers the question.
Councillor Hopkins, then Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, look, picking up on Councillor Milne's comments and also yours, Paul, I'm happy to have this as a placeholder, but I would like to see some further discussion about some of these on that point that you've just made, that are some of them still, if you like, purpose. And I specifically would like to see a bit more conversation amongst ourselves and with management about the street lighting renewals, especially in the light of sort of the whole blue light debate and, intensity at LHC. I really think we could and should revisit the preventative maintenance for the drill hall. We've got, if I'm looking at this correctly, we propose to spend 143,000 on them. And I just wonder whether I would like to have a further conversation about that. The RSA development, I do believe we need to actually identify what the 100,000 will be spent on. And in my view, our priority must be a local members bill or a local bill. And I really would like to see some more specificity about the use to which that money is going to put. And finally, the unspent economic development events budget on page 71 of 21,000 and the economic development strategic development budget of 99,000. Again, that's $120,000. And I'd like to see us have a bit more of a conversation about those specific things as well. So, I think they have to go forward, but I flagged that I believe we should be talking about, you made the point, is everything fit for purpose? And I'm questioning whether they are, or could they be modified in some form? Can we have a conversation about that, please?
Yep.
Or are we having that conversation now?
I couldn't give you sufficient answers about some of those things, and I think, perhaps, it's useful having the committees this afternoon. If you want to put this on hold until you've had those discussions, or put those items, essentially pull them out of the schedule until you've had the discussion with the committees, or make a subsequent decision, but they're no longer going forward.
Well, I think some aren't overly much of an issue whether they go forward or not. I know you use the LED street lighting. What we do in the project matters, but yes, the actual funding is $12,000. So money-wise, doesn't matter too much whether it goes forward or not. But whether we decide that we should be changing the specifications of what's being done, that is a discussion point. I do have some 1 or 2 items that I'm going to ask about as well, and they might have to wait till it's so round to those. Councillor Tindale, for first.
I had similar concerns or just wanted to understand more on the 3 weeks. And things like the playground, New Capital, Wairiki Park, that's another 30,000 sitting there. We're still planning to do that. I'm guessing with it being in this list that we are. You do feel that if we're going to make decisions on these, you need the people here that can give us answers and can actually clarify them a little bit, because there's a whole big list here and I don't feel that comfortable about saying, yep, we'll sign that over and we'll workshop later when it comes to long-term plan to discuss whether or not that's relevant. And especially the waters, because we've got a first tranche of government funding potentially coming through. We've got this huge number in carry forwards, and yet we're still rating or proposing to rate in the next year for more spend in that area. And I think we just probably need an understanding of where it's at, and if we can sort of flatten that out somewhat and make it a little bit more realistic in what we can actually achieve, makes a lot of sense. At the moment, it just seems like a whole lot of numbers on the page that we're holding on to and not letting go for the life of us, really. So I wouldn't want to see us making a decision on this right now.
Thank you. Councillor Percival.
Yeah, in respect to all the questions and answers that have already been, going through this whole thing, there appears to be a huge value carried forward that indicates to me that our planning exceeds our capability of completing or accomplishing all these projects within the time frame given. But also I wonder if, with the figures given as original budget, would they include the cost of resources as the staff, consultants, planning and design? I also have one question on page 71. And building, item 2, repurpose unspent salaries to fund external resources, 988,000, and carry forward is 54,500, which is an expenditure of 934,000, 100,000. Why on earth is, I don't understand those figures at all. Unspent salaries of nearly $1 million. I mean, and then where's it all gone? But that can't be correct.
No, I'd agree that this is a unusual item, and they've presented the information in an unusual way. I should have picked up when I looked at the report. That was the total salary budget, not a carried forward salary budget for the year. And what they are suggesting is that usually if salary is unspent, it drops into the general reserve and can be repurposed. But given the commitments that the building team face, particularly in terms of the level of staff training and development that's going to be required to get to, I think, that Mr. Tagayan and Mr. Cook have talked about in terms of the qualifications required by the BCO team. They have requested that that piece of unspent salary is actually carried forward and dedicated to that resources to allow that training to occur. So it is an unusual item, but yeah, it was certainly, there was never $988,000 worth of unspent salary. That was the total salary budget.
Affects the bottom line considerably.
Yep. Yes, it does.
It's not incorrect, but it's hard to decipher, and I deciphered it differently. So yeah, and is the same for the training budgets. That'll be the total training.
That is the total training budget. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the unspent. Of course, it's just the part that hasn't been spent. They want to keep that into the current year that we're in. Councillor Tabitha.
I don't know what the timeframes are necessary on this, but I wonder if, well, the first step might have been good to have each area go to the committee that it corresponds to, so you've got a chance to ask that group manager and to tease it out, and then you can have it come make it a wee bit clearer at this stage. I don't know if we've got a an opportunity to still do that, or if it's going to be too tight a timeframes?
No, I think there's an opportunity to do that. Timing should allow for that. You know, a number of questions that have been raised today that can be taken back to various group managers to get a response on. There are some alterations to the environment that we're working on in addition to those that we mentioned so far. We're aware that the Ministry for the Environment is implementing new regulations and national policy statements, etc. There's an expectation of heightened scrutiny on wastewater discharges and compliance with those. So the nature of our world is changing. So while in the past some carryovers might have been relatively benign, such carryovers now will be more cause for concern because of the scrutiny that's coming to play in some periods. It sounds to me as though it would be beneficial to have group managers address some of those issues.
I think timing for it to go to committees is another 6 weeks. We do have council, a full council meeting in 2 weeks' time, and whether we have those, if the time can be allocated during that day, if those managers come and address it. I think a lot of it we won't have any concern with, but it is those specific things. So I've got a couple of questions on things that do we actually need to present? Money still need to be kept there. Councillor King?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Mr. Jorgensen isn't here today, because I think there's some pretty big figures here when the Oamaru Water New Reservoir, they're several $1 million, and it needs an explanation around some of those big figures. Well, all the figures maybe, but it would be helpful if he'd been here to have given us that. We may even get the opportunity this afternoon, maybe, to tease it out a little bit further. But the other thing is that this does give a message to our contractors and our tradespeople that we have got things on the books to do.
Yeah, bear in mind that this was the numbers as of the 30th of June, 1st of July, and things like the water reservoir, the work's carried on, that 3.1 million, whatever it is will have been, more of that has been spent, and all of it will be spent. The project's ongoing. So ones like that aren't such an issue. It's the ones that are totally unspent, like the project maybe one that you don't want to carry on with, perhaps. So it is about getting those answers, and if it's a solution to put it off for the 2 weeks, should look at that. Councillor McGrovey and then Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, there's about 6 or 7 projects totaling over $8 million here, and there could be quite a different position right now than what it was in June. So my question is really a process question. Is this requirement for our annual accounts, or is this just a requirement that you need approval to carry this forward for any other reasons? What's the, is there a process around why you need this?
There's no legal requirement for the carry forward report to be approved, and essentially these have all gone through a separate decision-making process. So either through the annual plan process, the long-term plan process, or a decision outside of that council has made. So this is all approved expenditure. It was really just a procedure, I'd almost call it a habit, that was put in place some time ago to make sure that elected members were aware of the state of play, and really just giving them an opportunity to really have the discussion you're having now. Usually it has been a pretty straightforward item, but these are unusual times, and so that's why we're perhaps a little underprepared for this one. But no, there's no absolute requirement to have the expenditure reapproved. It's just a good confirmation, and I think a good process to go through.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, if you're mindful of the time and the timetable for today, I would like to know the carry forward report 2020-21 be held over for consideration at the October 2020 council meeting.
6th
Oh, October October 6th council meeting.
Second, Councillor Timdale.
Self-evident, I won't speak to it.
Sounds like the solution for the time being, and it is extraordinary times. Normally, these things do go through fairly much unquestioned, just because a lot of it's simpler, actually. COVID has complicated things, and just providing with work is a little bit different this time around. But I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That is carried. Thank you very much.
So I would just ask, we've noted a couple of things here, but Councillor Roby and the Mayor has suggested there are a number of other projects that you would like further information on. If you could please send those through to the relevant group managers so they can do the necessary research and prepare a response so that we can consider it one last time in October, and then really have a chance to give you a well-informed decision.
Fine. Thank you very much for that. What we're going to be doing now is going into public excluded to deal with the public excluded minutes meetings, and also talk about civil defence claim settlement. So we'll be doing that. The live stream is going to continue. It'll be paused. We'll say that. But for those who are watching on the live stream, can just join back on at any time. The live stream will carry on through, and it'll be the same live stream that happens for the next meeting, which is the performance audit and risk meeting, which should be starting at about 10:15. So with that, I'll just ask someone to move. Excluded. Councillor Newton. Thank you. Councillor Roby. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? That's carried. Pause for a minute while we push things.
Right, welcome you all to the meeting of the Performance Audit and Risk Committee, also to anybody out there, people out there watching in the public arena. And we'll start our meeting first of all with apologies. Apologies, we're all present.
Apologies.
Apologies, Leighton, Councillor Personal is like that. Someone like to move that? Just apologies, Leighton, Councillor Personal. Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That carried. Declaration of interest. No declaration of interest. Right, on to the minutes on page. Public meeting on August 2020. To move those minutes to be confirmed. Councillor Holding. Yep. Councillor McGrovey. No comments, corrections, no way through. No. Okay. So I put that motion to the meeting. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Yeah, that carried. 4.1, Treasury Risk Management Update. So, Mr. Hope.
Thank you. So I'll just make some brief introductory comments and then over to Miles O'Connor from Bancorp Treasury Services. Council has engaged as a Treasury advisor as we move to taking advantage of the local government fund agency options in terms of debt. So, yeah, we will need to take a more of a, I suppose, sophisticated approach to treasury management we have in the past, which was very much everything was through a pretty basic treasury function where we had internal loans, the investments that are well understood, and then just topped up the balance with some short-term facilities from the Bank of New Zealand. As we're going into long-term facilities, we'll need to change how we approach things a bit more. That's why we've seen it as appropriate to get independent advice, which Mr. O'Connor and his team will provide. And really, I'd like to hand over to Miles, who has a short presentation, and then we'll be able to answer questions about the approach going forward and some of the technical aspects of the debt we will be raising. So, thanks, Miles.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Yeah, do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, but I don't have a clicker.
Oh,
Yeah.
We can provide that. Okay.
Oh, that's it. So it's just
we lose the minute smaller screen. Does that stay up as well?
hold on. Yeah. Now, there was a letter which I wrote last week, one, Paul, just explaining what we were doing for Waitaki District Council. Has that been distributed or?
Yeah, that's
so. I mean, I don't need to go through all that, shall I? I mean, I'm just sort of repeating it. Is there anything that are there any questions on?
I think go through your presentation.
What's that?
Later, Miles. If you
Okay.
Presentation, thanks first, then we'll come back to questions.
Look, I won't make this too long, but I just thought because we're in very unusual times, I'll just give a brief economic presentation about where we're up to and what's happening at the moment. This just shows the extent of what's called quantitative easing or printing of money that the US government is doing. It goes back to 2001, where they actually ran a budget surplus. I think that was the last year of President Clinton. Then we had the global financial crisis. Sorry, I've got to do it twice here. There. And then it normalised, and then the big spike that we've had is obviously since COVID, The US budget deficit was running at about $1 trillion a year. Now it's ballooned out to 3 trillion, and their debt is 26 trillion, I think. If you ever want to see the US debt, you just go onto the website US Debt Clock, and it actually gives a live picture of US debt and how it's increasing every second. How do you get, I mean, people ask me, look, you know, how do you get out of this? Well, there's only really, I think, two ways that you do get out of it. One, you inflate your way out of it, and it's just like buying a house. You buy a house for $500,000, you have a $250,000 mortgage, it goes up to $750,000, so your equity position's improved. Or you have negative interest rates. And if you have negative interest rates, which they could go, they are in Europe, but if they do become negative, then the government is actually being paid to borrow money, which I know is a slightly foreign concept. Well, you can get a negative mortgage in Denmark at the moment, so householders can borrow. This just shows, I'm just going to put this in perspective with New Zealand. This shows the fall in GDP through various countries. The diamond-shaped object in the middle of each graph is where it was in March. That's the decline in GDP, and then the coloured ones are where it was at the end of June. Now, New Zealand's not there, but only because we're the last country, one of the last countries in the world to produce our GDP figure. So we only got the June quarter last week, but we came in at 12.2%, minus 12.2% for the quarter. So we're actually about the average of the GFC, of the OECD, but with this, we're lower than Australia. Probably the reason New Zealand's was higher was because we have more of a reliance on tourism. It's either our first or second biggest foreign exchange earner in normal times, compared to it normally vies with dairy. Oops. So just showing, look, what the effect has been on lending growth, because, you know, that does affect GDP, and you can see that the big one is the decline in lending growth is personal consumption, which is the yellow line. People aren't borrowing for things like cars and fridges, you know, whiteware, household equipment. Housing is the one that's remarkably constant, and it didn't seem to be affected by COVID. Business lending has declined, and agriculture has declined as well. So this is just symptomatic of the decline in GDP. And the one that's probably going to be more concerning going forward is employment. You can see that the yellow one, where it turns up, is the SEEK job ads, but the other numbers are looking pretty poor. And it just seems that when we have, you know, now that the wage subsidy is coming off, the job seeker subsidy is winding down, that, you know, we're sort of concerned more for the fourth quarter of this year and then the first quarter of next year. And I think the effect of the decline in employment will have more of an effect on New Zealand. Oops, that's my phone, sorry.
Champagne.
I thought I turned it off. I did that in one of your meetings, Ross. Now, the benchmark Treasury bond yield, the US 10-year Treasury bond is the benchmark for longer-term interest rates around the world. It shows that over the last 2 years, and it was 3.26% in October 18. It's now 0.7. It seems to have flattened out. Now, the reason it's come down, obviously, is the amount of stimulus that the US is producing, their quantitative easing. So driving interest rates down, that's the whole idea of quantitative easing, is to provide more money in the economy and therefore push interest rates down. A, make money available, and B, push the cost of borrowing down. There was a very sharp spike down, and each line there is a day. There, we're looking at that one just there, that was a very unusual. It went from 0.6 to 0.4, and then but 2 days later it was up at 0.8. A huge movement in the US Treasury bonds. And just to show that New Zealand follows suit, is that that's our 10-year swap rate. We were at 0.5. We were at 3.12 in November 18. We're currently 0.54%. The US has gone up from its lows. We've actually stayed down. We are at our lows at the moment. And I think the reason for that is that our Reserve Bank has been more dogmatic about having negative interest rates in August. Before that, they were tending to indicate that negative interest rates were not on the sort of the forefront of the agenda. They reversed that a bit in August. Now we are expecting negative interest rates. That's a negative cash rate. The market is assigning an 84% probability that the OCR will be at minus 0.25 by August next year. You might have read, I don't know if you've read, but there's been a lot of talk on financial markets about the effect on borrowers of negative interest rates. And it can actually lead to your borrowing costs going up. It's a total anachronism, or a contradiction, but it only applies if you've got bank debt. It doesn't apply if you've got LGFA debt, because it comes down to, it gets a wee bit technical, but the base rate for your LGFA debt can set below zero. For bank debt, it can't, and that's where you run into problems. But the main point for you, if you do hear about it, it's not an issue for a local authority. If we do go negative. I was asked the question at the LGFA Borrowers' Day the other day, what happens, what do we do if interest rates go negative? And I did give the answer, well, in Switzerland a few years ago when interest rates were negative, if the council, or the Zug, which is the canton of Zug it was talking about, they wrote to their ratepayers asking them not to pay their rates early, because if they put the money in the bank, they got a negative interest rate. So they said, please don't pay your rates early. And they asked, what would we do in New Zealand if we had this sort of situation? And I said, well, I think in that situation, the best idea is actually to give a late payment discount. So, and that just shows the fall in interest rates over the last year. It's at 3 monthly intervals, so you can see the green line. So that's what the yield curve is on a particular day now, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 12 months ago, where those rates from 3 months out to 10 years were. So that's on any given day, each line. You can see the extent of what we've fallen over the last year. When so this was obviously preceding COVID. The 10-year rate was up around 1.4, and now it's down at about 0.5%. So historically low borrowing. These are all-time historical lows in interest rates. Okay, this is just the LGFA. I probably mentioned some of it earlier. I might just, I'll mention it later at the end of this presentation if we're just going to go through some of the points about the LGFA. And in the Treasury policy which we reviewed, we set up this grid of fixed rate hedging percentages where you have to hedge your debt, and you have minimum and maximum levels of fixed rate debt. So it goes in 3 different timelines, or time frames: 0 to 2 years, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and those percentages that you adhere to. So you have to have a minimum of 40% in 0 to 2, 20% in 2 to 4, and 0% in 4 to 8. So it gives you considerable ability, to have fluctuating levels of fixed and floating rate debt. At the moment, for our council clients, we're absolutely at the minimum of these levels of fixed rate, because we believe we have had the view for a while that interest rates are going lower. Now, this is just what I worked out and what I referred to in the earlier meeting. Oh, by the way, I did check up. I was asked about the Waitaki's percentage of the guarantee, and I just found out in the interval, and it's 0.51%. So if there was a default, then Waitaki is 0.51. So if there was a $100 million gap or requirement, it'd be $510,000. Now, this is just a portfolio, which I think, it's not the one that well, I have to talk about it with Paul first, but I mean, it's one that I think would be pretty appropriate for you, and it's what I modelled just over the weekend. Friday, I wasn't working over the weekend. And it's a mixture of commercial paper, which is a short-term floating rate instrument. Then there's a floating rate note, which is a longer-term floating rate instrument. Now, the LGFA, you can have any funding from 1 month out to April 2037. You can pick any maturity between those dates. I'm just not going out past 27 because I think it just gets a bit too expensive after that. I mean, it's all very well to have long-term fixed rate debt, but I mean, at the expense of it costing you more, we prefer just to keep it not too long. And it's still, I mean, at the moment, your bank facility is only a year or two. This is giving you funding or partially out to April 27. So it does spread your funding risk. With the floating rate note, the margin on the note, this gets a wee bit technical, that stays the same for the life of the instrument or the note, but the base rate can change. In other words, your interest rate can change according to changes in the 90-day bank bill rate. Whereas with a fixed rate bond, that is set for the life of the instrument, the life of the bond. So you can see the various rates. Now, it's unusual at the moment because the fixed rates are high for the same term. Floating rate note is 0.96 for April 24, but for the fixed rate bond, it's 0.7. So you might say, well, you know, why on earth would we take a floating rate note when you can get a fixed rate bond? The reason is that the market with the fixed rate bond is anticipating that there will be a fall in the floating rate, and that floating rate will come down. But as I said earlier, I mean, when I actually went through it and worked out the weighted average, I mean, it came to 0.84%, which just before I did the numbers, I knew it'd be sort of under 1, but I didn't think it'd be quite that low. Now that can fluctuate, and it is obviously, things are very volatile at the moment. Your borrowing costs will be a bit more than that because we have to factor in that you will need a bank facility for liquidity purposes. It won't be big. What is it, 2.5 million, Paul? What did you say, 2.5 million, 3 million?
Yeah.
So that will push that up, but look, it wouldn't push it up by more than 10 points to 0.94, but those rates will change and they will be dictated by what we do, presumably in the next, well, if you exceed the LGFA next week, if they have the paperwork in place and done, then I'd say the week after.
Speaking of Miles, can I just ask a question point on that?
Mm.
You mentioned there are two parts to the interest rate. There's the fixed rate plus the official cash rate.
There's commercial paper is a floating rate short term, and that one matures in January 21. But with a floating rate note, say I took the April 25 for argument's sake, it's made up of the 90-day bank bill rate, which is 0.3, and then the margin to say April 25, 0.69 or 0.7 roughly. So that margin is fixed for the life of the instrument. But if the 90-day rate went down, then your rate on that floating rate note would decrease as well. And it resets every quarter, whereas with a fixed rate bond, that's set for the life of the bond.
Yeah, thank you.
This just gives, so this profile, it does give you a range of maturities, and that's what your maturity profile would look like. Now that's way extended than what you've got at the moment. So it significantly spreads your funding risk. And it doesn't include the bank facility, which will probably be a 2-year facility or so. But what we try and do is, it's a mixture of giving you a reasonable amount of certainty, but not giving you so much certainty that you lock yourself into, well, I mean, what might be high interest rates now if things get even worse. But I mean, we have had the view for quite a while that interest rates would fall, but never did I think they'd fall this way. I mean, no one foresaw this. I mean, if I knew this, then I wouldn't be here talking to you.
So is this, going back to page 11 and looking at this one, is this 15 million figure, is that proposal from you as to our total borrowing from LGFA? That's
what Paul's indicated your debt will be, yes.
So we are converting $15 million worth of existing debt to LGFA debt. Is that the plan, Paul?
No, I mean, currently we've got about $6 million with the BNZ. It's just looking at what our requirements are likely to be over the next 12 to 24 months.
So over the next 12 to 24 months, you imagine us borrowing an additional 9 million?
Potentially, yes. I mean, we just need to do quite a bit more work on this, but that was just looking at the spending that is planned, which is significant, and finding the most economic way to fund it.
But in terms of the 6 million we have now, that would be converted to?
Yes.
Right, so with these bars on page 12, even if it's a lower total amount, would they correspond in terms of timing if it was 6 million rather than 15?
It would be a wee bit different because the LGFA, the minimum debt parcel you can draw down is $1 million at a time. So if it was that, we would just alter it accordingly, but on the basis of as Paul said, some further work done to ascertain the actual debt level. So we could say, well, okay, now we're going to borrow this, so we could do half of it,
Right.
and then we could extend it out later when they. So we don't. It's not definitive as to the actual date of the debt when the debt is required. This is just saying, well, Paul said the debt could go to 15 million, so I thought, well, I'll model it. I'll predicate it on the basis of 15 million. But it can change. It's very flexible.
But we're not going to borrow 15 million until we sign off on it.
Only an example.
Yes, yeah, no, that's fine.
Illustration.
Yeah, thank you, thanks.
And that is actually just profiling it. If we did borrow 12 million now and going up to 15 million, the grey area is your core debt, is the debt, 15 million. The red lines are the policy parameters that we put in place, 0 to 2 years. So that's 0 to 2 years there and there, or there and there, then 2 to 4, then 4 to 8. So there's 2 to 4, 4 to 8. And you have decreasing minimum and maximum levels of fixed rate debt. And the green line is the amount of fixed rate cover that you would actually have. And that initially would be done by fixed rate bonds. So you can see that we're at the minimum levels of fixed rate debt that you require. And that is on the basis that we think interest rates could go a little bit lower, and I don't want to lock you into too much high priced debt. I mean, who's saying 0.84 is high priced? I mean, I never thought I'd ever say that, but that could go lower. Is that okay, that one? I know it's a wee bit complicated. I mean, I don't expect you to understand it straight away. Oh, now, hold on, what have I done here? Now, Ross, you might have seen this one. Did I show you that at Queenstown?
1875.
I just thought, look, I'll just finish with a slightly light-hearted look at interest rates. This is a chart of interest rates going back 5,000 years. The Bank of England governor did a survey back in 2014, so I do apologise, it is out of date, 6 years, but I mean, I don't know if 6 years out of 5,000 years is too material. And it shows short-term rates, which is the darker colour, and then the purple colour is long-term rates going back over the last 5,000 years. And what he concluded was that some of the aberrations that we've had there, and there, or there, and there were aberrations in the 5,000-year trend, and that where we are now is actually just a case of mean reversion. I think there was one in the late 1800s, and that might have been the Industrial Revolution, or the mid 1800s. There was one in the late 70s, which I think was the oil shock, and then we had the move up that we had from 1985 through to a few years ago, which was just the biggest period of economic expansion we've had in the world. Now, I won't go on about it too much, but back in 2000 BC, 3000 BC, that's back in Babylonian times, and there was the ruler of Babylon, I think a man named Hammadi or something, and he was the first person to introduce an interest rate. And he, I think they set a cash rate, but anyway, I think back in those times, you could actually, Babylonian times did precede, got to be a wee bit careful here, gender equality in the Me Too movement. It wasn't so prevalent 2,000 or 3,000 or 5,000 years ago. But when you borrowed, you could actually pledge your wife, children, slaves as security. In exceptional circumstances, the borrower, and this is the bit where you just got to be careful with the gender, the borrower was presumed to be a male. In exceptional circumstances, the male could actually pledge himself as security. But if it was him, it could only be for 3 years. So it just goes to show that even in Babylonian times, they were perceptive enough to realise that a male's usefulness didn't extend beyond 3 years. So I hope I haven't offended too many of the males in the room.
I think they were looking at Jim back then.
But no, it's just, I just thought, as I say, it's just a bit slightly humorous look at interest rates. But if people say, well, this is untenable down here, well, I mean, it's not too far off where we've been. So that's that presentation.
Very interesting, and the humour of the internet.
Now, have you got any questions on the...
So, yeah, turning to 4.1, the Treasury Risk Management Update. On page 13 of our papers, 13 onwards, and then the letter from Bancorp, pages 14 onwards. So any questions on those papers? Councillor Percival?
Sorry. I have a question. The letter to Paul, sorry,
That's right.
carry on with someone else.
Can I just,
No, no,
no, and go through.
Under your heading 2, ongoing funding and interest rate risk management advisory service, the last bullet point, twice yearly valuations of any interest rate swaps. What does that mean?
So we may use interest rate swaps to manage part of your debt, so to give us the appropriate amount of fixed rate cover.
We understood that.
So interest rate swaps they're a borrowing instrument that are used by probably 90% of councils to, and in their most common form, convert floating rate debt into fixed rate debt.
Okay.
Now, they achieve, in most cases, the same outcome as a fixed rate bond. But if there's a choice between a fixed rate bond and an interest rate swap, we'll choose a fixed rate bond because they're more simple. Interest rate swaps, and they have had, some of you might have heard, they have had some negative press over the last few years, but I think it's a little bit because they are misunderstood. If you use an interest rate swap and interest rates go down, which obviously they have recently, it does mean that that swap has a negative valuation, and that has to be accounted for in the year-end accounts. Now, there's two ways you can do it. This gets a bit complicated. You can either hedge account, which means that it doesn't have to go through the profit and loss account, it goes through the equity, the reserve account, or if you don't hedge account, you just have to take it through the bottom line. But it's non-cash. I mean, it's just an entry in the balance sheet. It isn't actually a cash loss. Now, I just did some comparisons the other day, and this one will scare you, of the negative valuations as at 30 June 19, because they haven't got the 20 figures out. One of our clients had a debt of 96 million. They had a negative valuation of 2.1 million. And that was the lowest of the other ones who are advised by one of our opposition, who I won't mention. Hamilton City Council had 401 million of debt and 46 million of losses. Kapiti Coast, I think, had, Palmerston North had 134 million of debt and about 10 million of losses. But the reason is that interest rates have fallen so dramatically. I mean, they won't fall any further. I mean, they won't fall that much further again.
How do you determine those losses? Sorry.
It's a mathematical equation. So
it's not actually not a physical loss.
No, so it's a non-cash. It just means it's a bit like say you bought a property and you were valuing the property in the accounts, and then that property had gone down, but you're still holding it. You take that loss through the accounts, but you're not actually paying out that loss.
So the definition of that bullet point really is your regular.
It's providing, so what interest rate swaps do is they can provide additional certainty to your borrowing costs going forward. We've generally been a proponent of having low levels of fixed rate cover, so ours generally have been lower than most other councils around New Zealand. We have about, I think it's 35 councils or so.
Okay.
And we have done that analysis.
Yeah, can I just ask a question, Miles? Just the same paragraph 2 of your letter. You say ongoing funding and management advisory services, quarterly strategy meetings at which WDC's exposures will be discussed. Are they reported to what? Back just to the officers, or back to the Performance Audit Risk Committee, or to council as a whole?
Or I would just be sending them to Paul in the first place, and then typically they go to either an audit risk committee or a full council. It's nothing, as long as you're happy for them to be released into the public domain, then that's fine. There's nothing confidential here that we wouldn't want to go out. So I think we actually say that they form part of the governance process for the management, the councillors and the public.
Right. So we can decide that what we
So
how we release that.
I mean, under the policy, we've got a minimum quarterly treasury update and treasury policy, so it just form part of it.
Thanks, Paul. Councillor Brody?
Chair, thank you. Question for Paul. Given that we are required to revalue our assets every 2 years,
Revolving 3-year cycle.
yeah, do we equally have to revalue our losses in our miles before even to pay the loss? Because the asset will be a paper gain mostly. This will be a paper loss. So how do we record that? What's
So
the-
that, yeah, that would be an annual valuation that needs to be done as part of preparing the annual audited annual report.
So if I understand correctly, the difference is mostly caused by the reduction of interest rates versus what they may have borrowed at originally.
Yes,
Okay, understand. Thank you.
but it's only if you're using interest rate swaps. Fixed rate bonds, it's a bit of an anomaly, but interest rate swaps have to be revalued. Fixed rate bonds, which achieve exactly the same outcome, don't have to be valued. So that's why, if it's an equal decision about which one we use, we'll use a fixed rate bond because you avoid that revaluation.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Chair.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Number one, just your services relate to our borrowing, don't they? There's nothing in the letter here or in your proposal covers investments, not that I can see. Is that?
I think we advise on financial market borrowing, but also investment activities. So I think I would have put in the proposal. I might not have included it here. Did I?
Well, I haven't seen it. Mind you, you are referencing here the LGFA material, so it may be that you want a specific focus. Look, that's fine. What you're saying is you can do investment stuff as well.
Well, as long as it's related to financial market investments. So it's not equity investments, it's not property investments. So if you have term deposits, which you use for liquidity purposes, or if you decided to have some sort of fund which incorporated fixed rate bonds or corporate bonds, then we would advise on that as well. But we're restricted to financial market investments. We don't have any expertise in other areas.
And just the other question, I think I understood from your comment a moment ago that what you're going to advocate for us is whatever borrowing we do with these three options, the paper, the notes and the bonds, that we go for a floating rate because you think there's more downward movement still to come in the floating rate as against the fixed. So even though the percentages might be relatively small with the borrowing, significant amounts of money, the savings costs might be reasonable as well.
Yeah, we're going to have a mixture of floating rate debt through commercial paper and floating rate notes, but also fixed rate bonds. I think we had 3 fixed rate bonds initially. We might change that, and also during the course of your borrowing, we might think like, hey, these interest rates are low enough, and we can fix it with these interest rate swaps. There will be a mixture in the beginning of fixed and floating rate debt.
But you do favour the floating rate
At the moment.
It's heading down.
At the moment,
not
yes.
to go up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we had about 5 or 6 million of floating fixed rate. Yeah, we had 6 million of fixed rate debt in the beginning. Yeah.
This is assuming the 15 million.
Yes.
total.
Yes.
Just a question, Miles, on your floating rate notes and your fixed rate bonds. Floating rate notes, interest paid quarterly. The fixed bonds paid semi-annually every 6 months. Does that payment regularity affect the interest rate?
No.
No, it doesn't.
No. So floating rate notes, the coupon is paid quarterly, whereas with a bond, it's a semi-annual coupon payment in arrears. I think both of them are paid in arrears, set at the beginning and paid at the end of it. So no, it doesn't affect the interest rate at all.
I was thinking discounted cash flow, use of money.
I mean, if it did have different payment cycles, then because of the DCF, then it would be very slightly different. You NPV it, and yeah.
Net present value. Anybody else wants to know what NPV is? So, right. Any further questions on the letter received from
Just one. Is there? People might not actually know what we do. Is it worth just for 2 or 3 minutes just saying what we actually do and who we are, and that we're not fraudulent? And Bancorp Treasury. Bancorp was actually set up, I think, in 1987. I've been there since the mid-2000s. The company's based in Auckland. I work out of the Christchurch office. we have two main parts: is Bancorp Treasury Services, which I work for, which advises clients on funding and interest rate risk management. We do have currency risk management as well, commodities, that doesn't affect the council. And then there's the Bancorp Corporate Finance, who actually did some work for council on the valuation, or wasn't it the loan to their irrigation. So we do have a corporate advisory side. We understand we're the biggest treasury advisory company in Australasia. Our main competitor is in New Zealand is PwC. It's not the most friendly rivalry, I'd have to say. It's been a few spats every now and again. But in the council space, it's between us and them. Now, we have about 35 local authorities. I think we've got a few more than them. Our northernmost one is Far North District Council, and our southernmost one is Invercargill City Council. We can actually now drive from Blenheim to Invercargill and on State Highway 1, and there's only one city or town we pass through we don't have them as a client, and that's Selwyn District Council, that's Rolleston. So you actually were the ones that joined it up down south, and then we also got Balclutha, the Clutha District Council a wee while ago. We offer, the way we charge is it's through an annual fee. It doesn't change according to how many transactions you do or don't do. It's just set as a monthly fee. In the beginning, it's set for 2 years, and after that, it's reviewable on a monthly basis at your discretion or our discretion. So what we say is it's very easy to get rid of us if you don't like it. Well, I can't remember. I haven't lost a local authority client. Well, I can't remember ever losing one, actually. So,
And Paul obviously knows what the fee is. I won't ask you now.
Yeah.
But, find that out.
Yes.
What's the fee?
Yeah. This is publicly excluded, isn't it?
No,
Oh, okay.
and I would imagine it's commercially sensitive.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's right. We did. Sorry, yeah, I do remember that, because we did actually list our clients, then we took them out in this letter just because of that. So what we say is the onus is on us to, provide proactive advice. It's not for, Paul shouldn't have to ring me up and say, hey, look, this is happening, should I be doing this? So the emphasis is on us. As I said, we try and keep the governance process appropriate. We provide quarterly reports. I'll come down and we have quarterly meetings. We're available to be contacted at any time if you've got any issues to do with Treasury. So that's probably the quick discussion about, or the quick outline of Bancorp Treasury.
Thank you for that, Miles. And just my question from me, Bancorp, is it, the owners of Bancorp, is it a private listed company?
Privately held. When it's set up in 1987, apparently, as a publicly listed company, and the three gentlemen who set it up, well, one of them, the chairman, he's just finished his last from last year, Sir John Wells. And now it's 95% owned by the managing director of Bancorp Holdings and 5% held by the director of Bancorp Treasury. So it's a privately held company based in Auckland. We have offices in Auckland, Christchurch, Sydney, Brisbane and Melbourne.
Right, thank you, Miles. Councillor Percival, another question?
In your presentation,
Mm-hmm.
you've got the debt and cover profile.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Can you explain it in simple terms?
I'd need the slide back. Oh no, I've got it here. Sorry, I was going to use the pointer. So the grey area, so all of that area there that represents your debt, and it has the debt going from 12 million to 15 million. Now we have the Treasury policy parameters, which determine the minimum and maximum levels of fixed rate cover that you can have in three different time periods, and that's on the. Yeah, it's in the letter and it's in the slide pack. Hedging parameters. So between 0 and 2 years. So those are the first bands. If you can see that 0 to 2 out to there. The bottom red line is the minimum level of cover that you have, which is 40%, and the top line is the maximum, which in that period is 100%. Then the next sort of quadrant is 2 to 4 years, where the minimum level of fixed rate cover is 20% and the maximum is 80%. And then the last quadrant, which is 4 to 8 years, the minimum is 0. So you don't have to have any fixed rate cover, and the maximum is 60%. So those are the levels of fixed rate debt you need to hold through those. Now, the green line is the actual level of fixed rate debt that you've got, and we've achieved that through the fixed rate bonds. So that just incorporates the fixed rate bonds, and we have 4 different maturities in that.
That's the 4 steps.
That's the steps down. Yep.
Thank you, Miles.
Thanks for that.
I mean, I wouldn't expect you to understand it straight away. I mean, but if you understand in 5 minutes, and that's very good, because some people a few years later are still puzzled about it.
Put me down as one of those.
All right, so
Buffet strikes again.
I think we've had a fair discussion, so there's no further questions on the actual recommendations.
Mr Chair, I'm happy to move number 1. I don't see that we can and have done anything to warrant moving recommendation 2. We haven't provided guidance to you guys as to priority areas. So I will move that the Performance Audit Risk Committee receives the information.
So before I ask for a second, though, perhaps ask Mr Hope regarding resolution number 2, Paul, is that not to be necessary?
No, after the presentation, sorry, the report and the presentation was sort of being prepared simultaneously, so it was a bit of a catch-all in case we needed a bit of direction, but I think it's been clear enough, so no, deal with it that in another way, so it doesn't need to be considered replaced.
I'm happy to accept that move, just that the Performance Audit and Risk Committee receives the information. Stop. Second, you heard you. Favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. And thank you, Miles, for your presentation. I think you. Oh, sorry, Mick.
Yeah, sorry, I had a question which related more with LGFA than this document, but it's one that has been raised for someone from the live stream, and it's a disconnect between information on our website, which states that joining the LGFA as a member council does not mean council has any legal obligation to use LGFA for its borrowings. Council is free to borrow from the source is the cheapest or most suitable at the time of borrowing. Yet that seems to be contradictory to one of the answers given where we've got to use LGFA as the primary lender to us.
Yeah, that would be correct. So we will need to, if we do have borrowings, we will need to have some from the LGFA.
So, but we don't have to solely use them.
No.
So that we have some flexibility.
Yes.
Just to put it into perspective, sorry, I should have mentioned it earlier. If you continued with bank debt compared to LGFA, it would cost you about 0.8% more. So on 10 million of debt, that's 80,000 a year. If it goes up to 15, it's probably more like about $150,000 a year that you would save by using the LGFA.
Yeah, no, certainly it's be no reason not to use them. I it's just understanding that if for any reason switched around and they weren't the best option, that we get some flexibility. It's good to know.
Obviously.
So just thank you. So Miles, Mr. O'Connor, just a question. Once the documents have been approved today, it's adopted by council. So is there any idea what the time lag is now until the application is processed by LGFA and approved? Council can in fact begin borrowing from LGFA? I'm
hoping it would be within about 2 weeks. So if you sign the documents today, then it goes to the LGFA, and all of the legal work has been done up until now, and it's had a huge amount of work to do. But the LGFA board have approved Waitaki District Councillors joining as a guarantor. So that's one of the things that takes the time. So I would hope that it would be within 2 weeks.
Right, thank you very much. So, and we'll see you again by the quarterly meeting in 3 months after first borrowing.
Oh, I mean, and that's up to you again. I mean, either I can meet with Paul or I can come to Performance Audit and Risk Committees. That's totally up to you. More than happy to come to the meetings, yes.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. The next item of business is the Waitaki Annual Resident Survey. Mike Cyril. Ask you, Mike, if you want to make any additional comments to what was written in your report.
Thanks, Chair. Just that today's memorandum is to make the report publicly available, and that subject to a confirmation today, we'll be putting it on the website. We're currently drafting up a press release, which hopefully will go out today as well. Apart from that.
So just to make the comment that it's an annual survey, and ask the questions. There was one residents were telephoned in 4 waves to obtain their opinions, and this is the result of the opinions received from the people contacted. And the report is there in full, many pages. So has anybody got any wish to ask to make any comments on the report?
Yeah, there's some really interesting information here. I think with any of these things, it's always just, it's a snapshot in time. And looking at trends is always fruitful in looking at individual results at any particular moment. Certainly the trends have been quite favourable around a lot of the reputational side of things that we're doing. And I think, part of that is just communicating more of what we're doing to the public, and allowing you to see a lot more of what happens behind the scenes, a lot more of the explaining what's happening around the district, the various things we do, not just the things that they might notice in their own neighbourhood. So those things are good. Interesting performance of our community boards. One's gone from low to quite reasonable. The other one's gone quite reasonable to low, but I think that shouldn't be seen as a reflection on them. It's really around making sure that we are communicating what they're doing. I know that we've got a lot of dedicated community board members in our area of HEMA. We want to make sure that we're doing our part to let people know what's happening there. But generally speaking, I think, some really good information which will help us build on what we're doing, and some good things that, so it's certainly, I think, good news from that, and something that's really helpful as we go forward into our long-term plan process.
Yes, thank you, Mikucha. Some good comments there indeed to help understand. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I hope the public do look at this on the website, because it's their verdict on us. I also hope the media give it close and reasonable and fair-minded scrutiny as well. Essentially, some of the things I suppose we have to actually, we haven't failed, but if it was an exam, the examiner might say it could do better. I mean, if you look at a satisfaction with us overall is up from 41 to 46%, that still means that 54% of people who were surveyed aren't satisfied. There's issues with value for money, relatively low perception of that, and the improvement priorities recommended to us are how rates are spent, rates and services and rates and service fees being fair and reasonable. There's the question of trust. That's up and that's good, but there's still work to be done there. Reputation score is fantastic. Consultation, again, 51% of people say now they are satisfied with us, and that's great, it's up from 47. But it still means that basically half of the whole population, because this is a demographically representative sample, aren't satisfied. So we just need to be conscious of that. We need to be conscious that places like Wahimo, there's a lot more dissatisfaction than elsewhere. Unsealed roads is still the vast majority of people aren't satisfied with the unsealed roads in the district, nearly 70%. But beyond that, we are going in the right direction, and the survey is really valuable. You can look at a whole lot of things like we discovered, for the sake of argument, that less than half the total resident population uses a library. The vast majority of the people who do use it are very satisfied. But yeah, one other very quick point, Mike, I did watch television last night, Mr. Searle, and I saw Representative Colmar Brunton talking about their surveying and how they now split their contacts, 40% landline and 60% cell phone.
Mm.
And I was interested, they obviously know how to do it, and we are still locked into a landline-only survey, which may be skewing results. And I would like us to ask our provider to inquire of Colmar Brunton how they do that and whether we can access cell phones in this area as well. And if so, I would like to see us use cell phone contacts as well as landlines.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Yeah, that's, if you read the reasons for satisfaction, the reasons for dissatisfaction, some of them contradict each other perfectly. So, you know, there's certainly people with both points of view.
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, Mr. Power, you want to make a comment?
Oh, yeah, just in relation to Councillor Hopkins' observation before, it's really important to look at the definitional elements within surveys such as this. So the statistics that you referred to initially refer to measures of people scoring 7, 8, 9 and 10. So it's not actually 49% of people being satisfied. It's actually the very high level of satisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at, I think it's page 26 of the agenda, you'll see there the assessment of 10 different measures, all residents, Oromadu, Corridale, Waihemo, Ahuriri, and then 3 different age brackets, 18 to 39, 40 to 59, and 60 plus, and then non-Māori and Māori. And any score equal to or above 80 is regarded as excellent. So that's an outstanding result for Waitaki. Of those measures, 8 out of the 10 score excellent. And if you go back to 2018, only 2 out of the 10 scored excellent. So that's a quadruple increase in performance in that regard.
Sorry, so page 26 relates to the Opera House, doesn't it?
Page 26 of our papers, not the survey. Page 7 of the survey.
Oh,
Page 26 of our meeting papers. Thank you, Mr. Power. That's very, very illuminating because yes, there's.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
Two below the 80%. Very good. So.
Yeah, that's it. Right. Yeah.
Councillor Roby?
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. Look, this is going in the right direction. It's a specific point of time, as the Mayor said. And look, I think there are learnings from this everywhere. And if we use this as a learning document, I think we will get a much greater advantage out of it. Saying, why did these people do it? Why were they positive? The most important thing is there are learnings. We can do better in certain areas, and we will. And I'm referring to the community, our Hauriri Community Board results, because that is disappointing from my perspective. But we can learn from this, and we will improve, and we will get better. That's the point of this. So I think, you know, hindsight's an exact science. I've said that a number of times. The most important thing is that we learn and we move forward positively.
I'd like Councillor Roby. Thank you for those comments. So, if I can just ask one comment, Mr. Searle, we on page number 49, a comment about the lakes camping. The comment actually does relate to a camp in the Waimeti District Council, not Waitaki District Council. So, does that need to be made clear, or is that?
So I left it in for the purposes of today's meeting, but if we decided that because it doesn't relate to our camp, that we should take that out, then I can get key research to take it out.
What does anybody, other members think of that point? Anybody have a?
I'm absolutely sure it is a Waimeti.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Well, they're taking money for it, so yeah. Look, it should stay in there because it should be pointed out that it's not a Waitaki district camp. And probably, if anything, you know, in friendly neighbourliness, we could make sure that we let Waimeti District Council know that has been reported. You know, we all have issues at various times, and yeah, making sure that the other party are aware of it is very effective and important. And that comment has value.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good approach. So perhaps Mr. Sewell, if you can speak to key research and
Put some sort of footnote in. Yeah.
footnote to that.
Sure.
And a couple of other points are just making page 70 and 73. Just check the comparatives of the previous year. Through the 70 and 73. It shows the reputation profile of the wards for different wards in 2020, then it shows underneath the 2019 figures. They appear to be exactly the same as the 2020 figures. So unlikely that they'll be the same 2 years in a row. Same like page 73, with the figures appear to be 2020, not 2019. Check those. Thank you.
Sure.
Right, anybody else have any other comments on the residents survey? Councillor Hopkins.
So your question was to get very quickly, one other thing I would ask is if, would we share this info? I know that it's available publicly, but would we specifically share it with the Recycling Trust? Because there are some lessons, I think, for them, some feedback, and I think perhaps some communication on their part might be, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, so going back to page 17. The three recommendations in question. So
I'll see.
one to remove the intentions, Councillor Hopkins. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Yeah, that carried. Right, thank you for that. Resolution to exclude public. Someone wants to do that? Thank you. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Last reading to
Meeting.
12:59, 1 more minute.
That's what you want to know.
Hey, welcome to the Community Culture and we'll get straight into it. So we have an apology for lateness from Councillor Hannah. Another apology.
Accept that one.
Seconded.
Aye. That's carried. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. We'll move on to page 6, which is the confirmation of previous minutes. Okay. And move that. Actually, before we go on to them, the public excluded minutes we could do in public if no one wants to raise anything.
Apology, sorry, there is something I'd like to read.
Right, so we'll just stick to the public minutes then. Do we have a mover?
I'll move with amendment, because it's something I want to raise on page 13.
Councillor Hopkins, seconded Councillor Gray. What would you like to raise?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just under action library manager, second paragraph. Councillor Hopkins invited the committee to note that the report stated tourism Waitaki and Museum Aotearoa were up to 70% of visitors are tourists. And that is wrong in my view. Something, if I know what's happened, something's gone missing. What it should read is tourism Waitaki and Museum Aotearoa reports showed that up to 70% of visitors were tourists or are tourists who paid nothing. And that is wrong in my view. That's what I said. And I'd like the minutes to record that if that's possible.
Seconded Councillor Batt.
Last part.
No, I did. That was the reason I brought it up. That 70% of people were going in, but it was all rate funded. That was the whole point of the comment I made.
I do recall that as well. So with that amendment, I'll put the minutes of the meeting out. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against, that's carried. And we'll move on to page 17.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Officers were asked to provide an update when we were clearer around how the changes to building act were going to affect the work on the ground. And I think Mr. Cook is here and he will be able to answer any questions that you might have.
Right, so do we have any questions on the report?
Yeah, just one very quickly, sorry, perhaps two. The first one, the new exemptions, the second to last one, ground-mounted solar array panels in rural zones. It's really, does the exemption put any limits on the size of them? I mean, could it be a solar panel farm, for the sake of argument?
I would have to check the exact details behind that.
Right.
Check that quickly for you if you'd like.
It would seem to me that it's almost carte blanche, a completely new use. But anyway, yeah, depending on what if any limitations there were. My other question was just number 6, page 19. You're talking about people having built a single-storey detached building up to 30 square metres. A homeowner could apply for a building consent for bathroom facilities and so on. which would then become an Airbnb place. Surely the solution is just we simply decline or change the definition. I mean, is that such a problem for us really, Roger, do you think? Wouldn't we just say, sorry, you can't add the bathroom? If they do, we change the definition of what it is.
That would be if they told us what they're going to use it for through the chair. If they apply for a building consent to put a wash basin and toilet into it for personal use, which is what they would do to start with.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Councillor
Through the chair. Roger, I was just wondering what is meant by solar array panels in rural zones and outside rural zones. Effectively, that's everywhere. Or am I wrong?
In the
exemptions.
Page 17.
What part are you referring to?
Page 17, new exemptions.
So it's related to the, so there is a size, in reference to the first question, there is a size limitation. The ground mounted solar array panels outside rural zones up to 20 square metres in size, in rural zones with no size limitation.
So, probably to Roger, I see you've got quite a few concerns around how it's going to affect our compliance because people misunderstand the rules and things like that, which obviously we struggle with when the change, when rule changes happen anyway. Do you guys have any kind of idea of how you may approach dealing with that and make it a little bit less of a challenge?
This is the manual that they now produce on the exemptions. It's in excess of 230 pages, and the new exemptions are very complex. And I actually feel that there is a real risk for the members of the public. We'll provide a level of access and information if requested. MB have started advertising. Their advertising is putting the public at risk as well, because it still doesn't give the level of detail that's actually required to achieve these exemptions in a compliant way. We've got cross information from planning and building on the website, but there's a huge amount of planning information required around these exemptions in order to be compliant as well. So I think that will be our greatest risk as a community.
Any other questions? I'll go back to recommendation. Everyone to move recommendation. Information's received. Me, Chair. Councillor Hopkins. All right, anyone else want to speak to that? All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried. And we'll move to district plan update on page 21.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've been asked to separate the district plan from the rest of our report, and this is the first report completed in that manner. So would be good to get any feedback if you feel we've got too much or too little detail in here. And we've got Mrs. McKenzie and Mr. Burrell. Questions?
Either of you want to say anything to this report before we keep moving?
Did you say anything?
Unless you want us to run through it.
I'd take it as read, but if there's anything else you want to raise within the report,
Yeah, I guess one of the things we often talk about is timeframes, and there are a few things outside of our control. And even at the time writing this report, we thought we might have had some maps come in, but they haven't been made available to us yet. They are on track, they're not too far away. However, the challenge that we will have is we need time to get the maps loaded into our systems before we start engaging with landowners. So we are at a critical point now. If we don't get them very soon, it's unlikely we will be able to engage before Christmas, because we don't want to be engaging with people right on Christmas. And December's just too busy.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, based on what I've just heard Mrs. Guyan say, looking at, I've got a couple of other questions as well, but just focusing on this matter of mapping. Does the fact that the maps haven't turned up yet apply to all of the mapping comments on pages 23 and 24? In other words, power scheme, flooding, landslides, and sites and areas of significance to Māori, amongst others, and then farm-based areas, wetlands. Is all that stuff still to come?
Not all of it. We've got quite a lot of mapping. It's mainly the Otago Regional Council hazard mapping and the sites of significance tomorrow. Those are the two key areas.
So that would be flooding, landslides, alluvial fans, liquefaction, and the sites and areas of significance to Māori. Do you have any indication of when those maps might? Has anyone told you when you'll get them?
Otago Regional Council indicated in a couple of weeks, but their deadline was the 18th, and that keeps getting extended out. So probably won't be a wee bit. Sites of significance, they're having trouble connecting with the cultural heritage advisors that need to advise them for Runga. So there's about 3 different cultural heritage advisors. So there's been sickness, which is delayed back from Waitaki. They now need to get in a rock art specialist to look at the buffers around rock art sites around the Duntroon area. So these sort of, they haven't been able to give me a date as of yet until they are able to connect with those cultural heritage specialists. And then it then needs to go to Toronto for them to upload the spatial system, and then it comes through to us. There were real problems in Queenstown around the data not being accurate when it went out for sites of significance. So we're really wanting to refine it as best we can, so we don't make Queenstown based.
Thank you, Hannah. A couple of other questions. One is a small one. On page 21, I see in the second paragraph there under program of works, including the location of heritage items and notable trees. Are we proposing to have a notable trees chapter?
Yeah.
And what rules are we going to apply to that? I mean, are we going to impose a notable tree status on unwilling tree owners, or how are we going to go about this?
So people have written into us regarding notable trees. We've contacted all the landowners. We've had no objections to any of the notable trees. There's notable trees in our current altered district plan. I'm not sure of the exact number that we're going out with, but all landowners have been contacted and are in favour of trees being listed. We have a draft chapter. It's currently at peer review at the moment.
So in favour means you've got a letter saying, yep, I'm happy. Not.
I've got no one that's not happy with the trees being notified. Some of those trees are on public land as well.
And obviously, whether we impose a rule on them, that's something that we can make a decision on.
Oh, no, I agree. Yeah, Madam Chair, the only other thing I wanted to ask the planning staff was why you were proposing that the Oamaru Harbour design guidelines were released after the draft, and the same with the subdivision design guidelines, the Lake Ohau guidelines, and the residential guidelines. I would have thought we would run the risk of being accused of not allowing people to input on those matters.
I don't think there's any chance of that because that would probably be addressed in some sort of target engagement. It's really just the amount of volume of material to work through at this moment in time, really.
Yeah, I just flagged that I think they should be part of the draft plan. That's my own view, because I think they're integral to it and essential to it. Madam, we can talk about that.
Gonna say, and even if they're not part of the draft, as long as they're pretty clear and communication that they are to come in that conversation, because it's something we've certainly promised throughout our carbon engagement.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie. I'm not on the committee, but just interested in the notable trees matter raised by Councillor Hopkins. The property owners have been contacted. What about the neighbours? Because often the notable tree will have a large effect on the neighbouring properties. Is there an affected person's right to comment on that as well? Or?
There's consultation throughout the process, so it'll go into the draft chapter, draft district plan, then people will have, and similarly what it proposed.
Well, a lot of notable trees are large trees and they cause extensive shading for neighbours and maybe rubbish disposal on neighbours' properties as well.
Yeah, there will be, I mean, it's not necessarily a blanket rule protecting every aspect of the tree. It would allow for maintenance and pruning and various other matters. It's just really protecting their long-term survival as best we can.
Thank you, Hamish.
Thank you. Look, just a question on page 22 regarding the budget summary. The budget for financial year is 1275100, and then down the bottom is the district plan review 113945. I'm trying to relate the correlation between the two amounts. The second one is an additional 50,000 to secure on dock and limbs. Is that 50,000 in total or 50,000 each?
50,000 in total. Mackenzie District Council could give the same.
Okay, right. And the first question was relating to the 1.275 million versus the review down below. Just what's the relationship between those? So is the cost 1.275 million for the financial year, and costs as at 10 September, are these the ones that are accumulated to date? Okay, so the difference is what we've still got to spend out of the budget. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Right, we'll go back to page 21, which is a receipt of notes information. Do you want to move it?
I'll move that, please.
Councillor Newton. Right, any other discussion? All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried.
We've been trying to align our reports and make them as useful as possible for the committee. You'll note that there's no operational data in this, and that's because our intention was to do that every 3 months so we could have some meaningful trends to discuss. So next report, you'll have a lot more information in it. The team is all here to answer any questions you might have on specific projects.
Right, so we'll take it page by page. We'll start on page 1.
Just perhaps a question, Mel, on animal control. Any indication of how much savings that may make for council, or better performance, or a bit of both?
Through the chair, there was an indication when we put the proposal to bring the animal control in-house that there would be some savings, certainly no extra cost to council in regards to that.
Thanks, Andrew.
Just on the age-friendly communities, just wondering if you've had good input into that there and how it's tracking.
The contractor's still doing the scoping work, and she's definitely had good engagement with the community. Her other role is with Age Concerned Otago, so she's utilised quite a bit of that time because it fits with this as well.
So at the moment, she has spoken to various organisations and individuals, and she's looking at doing some focus groups, and we're talking about how we can engage with the community boards to ensure that actually we're talking Waitaki wide. So the intent would be, once we have finished this part of the work, that Age Concern Otago will apply for funding for next year so that we can continue the work, so that in the short term there's definitely no impact on council. So it's tracking actually really well. Yeah, I'm happy.
Does this also look into the policies and processes of council and how we go about things?
Potentially going forward, yes. Yeah, she hasn't quite got to that yet, but I would imagine so.
Right, any other questions, councillors, on page 27?
Sorry, just on that point of the age-friendly community, I'm not sure if it comes under this committee or the assets committee, but in terms of making footpaths suitable for elderly people on their electric scooters, I know in some cases there are places where they cannot get their scooter up over a curb. There has been some work done to make curbs scooter friendly. Is that under this committee, or is that progress carrying on?
I can probably touch on that a wee bit, but you might want to add on to it. I think we've got some policy in place around what we do once, and it's really how far reaching that is, and that's probably why I was asking around the policy and things with the council, that there may be cost implications if we change our policies to become a lot more age friendly. But I'm saying that may be a direction that following the work we might choose to go.
I would, through the chair, like to comment that that is one of the issues that is continually raised, but I understand that Roading are working on this continuously, and that they do have good engagement with CCS Disability Action on it, but it is an ongoing issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I just was wondering if Mr. Jorgensen wanted to add anything, but certainly I get comments coming to me where we have issues and so on through the Roading, or they're taking them into account when they're looking at the next lot of work that needs to be done around crossings. So, it is great to do everything at once, but it's one of those things that we have to roll out over time.
There's probably not a lot more to add, really. There are sort of key routes that are focused on as being more mobilely accessible than others, and there's some footpaths areas that will be extremely expensive to upgrade, whether steep and narrow already, to make them preferred routes. So it's probably really working on a route system at the moment, and as Helen's already said, Roading Department works closely with CCS to develop those routes and to work on that, I guess, best bang for the buck first as we work through.
I'll take Councillor Milne and Councillor.
I just say that an important part of the age-friendly community policy is that we involve older people and get their input and feedback. I was just wondering if there was any thoughts on involving older councillors in this process.
Everybody will be included.
Councillor Hopkins was wondering. I was feeling for my older colleagues. I was going to simply make the point, as a young, virile individual with clear memory, that about 2 long-term plans ago, in response to CCS submissions, we adopted a policy with regard to intersections and the treatment of access to those intersections. Neil's right, it was on main more widely used routes, I think Thames Highway, others initially, but it was a redesign of the way of the gradient and the inclines and slopes that allowed people in mobility scooters and so on to go from the road to the footpath without being upended or overturned. I'm hugely thrilled that I was able to remember that with such clarity and convey it with such lyrical precision.
What do you have for breakfast though?
Can we move now to page?
Page 28.
Yes, I wish to ask a totally unrelated question, two in fact. When will we have the problem definition workshop with regard to the Waitaki Housing Task Force reports? And can you just explain, Helen, what is neighbourhood support and what are we being asked to do about it here, please?
So with the Housing Task Force, the task force has had the problem definition workshop. They've started that process. So where we're at now is what the next step is and how elected members and others will be involved in that. So we're working through that at the moment. The next step will actually be taking the information that we have so far and looking at how we develop a strategy. So we will collectively do that and you will all have the opportunity to participate in that. At the moment, we are looking at Ag Research, who will, expert facilitator, who will facilitate that session at no cost, is what we're looking at the moment. So that's that part. Neighbourhood support is, so some time ago I was approached by Lois Scott of Neighbourhood Support. She's on the executive nationally and she's also coordinated neighbourhood support in Dunedin to see whether there would be an appetite for neighbourhood support in Waitaki. So that's what we're exploring. So we've made no decisions about whether it's the right thing or the wrong thing because we don't know what the community thinks. So at the moment, I've neighbourhood support. So the the old neighbourhood watch type thing. Yes. It's pretty much that.
Oh, it is. Okay,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, but it's kind of that, but it's a bit different. It's more. I don't know, works a bit differently. There would be significant advantage in a civil emergency if we actually had neighbourhood support teams in Waitaki, and you and Graham's been closely involved in the conversations we've had to date. So where we've got to is I had a Zoom meeting with neighbourhood support in Wellington on whatever date I said it was, and there are different models around the country for different communities, so it is really quite flexible. And there's an opportunity for us to use the Gets Ready website as part of database as part of that. So what we're doing is asking the questions, exploring the opportunities, and for the next meeting, we've invited key community stakeholders in to have that conversation. Because this is not something that council would pay for or run, or it is just facilitating those conversations. The ideal is that neighbourhood support, should the community want it, is a standalone trust that is separate from council. So yeah, just exploring it, and particularly given COVID environment and other things that have happened, it could have really good potential for our community.
So is there anything else on page 28? Just want to recognise the work of the Housing Task Force. Survey that's come through about young data and hopefully they'll bring that to council officially at some stage, but I think there's a lot of learnings for our community and what can feed through into us actually making informed decisions on our housing strategy moving forward.
Thank you.
So,
appreciate it.
Right, we'll move on to page 29.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. So first of all, just recognising the work that Mrs. Elgar did along with Councillor Halaleli, Tom's, for the COVID testing. So it's a good turnout considering the reasonable apathy. I think that people didn't expect that we would have any COVID in our community, but it was great that people turned out. It's that sort of thing that helps the government make decisions, as it made to go to level 1 from the night last night. So that work's been greatly appreciated. And the other question is really on the Safer Waitaki undergoing the re-accreditation from Safer Communities. Does Safer Waitaki need to be called Safer Waitaki to be a safer community?
No, and Paul Olsen and I had this conversation over the last couple of months. No, Safer Waitaki doesn't reflect what we do anymore. So we can be called whatever we like. And the thinking at this stage is, should we achieve re-accreditation, which there's no reason we shouldn't, then that we could look at a community event
celebration of that and a rebranding at the same time. So because there's a risk because the brand is really strong, but actually there's an opportunity and we need to go down the opportunity route. So absolutely, we are looking at that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. Yeah, we know your work is much broader than just being a safer community. It is making it a stronger community, and I think it's great that you're going to look at rebranding.
Yeah, definitely doing that.
Just want to know around the reaccreditation, is there any risks around like your availability or anything?
No, actually, it's because for those that were involved in the last one, it was months of work. Basically, we've achieved all of the things we need to achieve, and the evidence is there that we've done that. So it's essentially what happens. It's a document audit, really. It does go offshore. It's not audited just by people in New Zealand. It actually goes offshore as well. If the auditors are happy with that, then there's a Zoom conversation with probably key people in Safer Waitaki. So I would imagine the governance group and certainly myself, don't know who else they want to involve, and that would be with the accreditors, and then the decisions made on that. We've got to have the documentation in by the 9th of October, so Shirley and I are planning hopefully to get most of that together tomorrow. So we have what we need, I think.
Good luck. Right, any other questions on page 29?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Zellgar, are you able to give us a bit more information about the Aotearoa Humanity Project and what this filming is and how, if at all, council is to be involved?
There's no update on that from the last meeting. It's just sort of still there because they were coming back to me about looking at that filming occurring in September and October. So there is no update to give on that.
Anyone else on page 29?
Just very quickly, Madam Chair, I just thought that if we are going to do the responsible camping bylaw, and if we need to review it for September next year, I think it would be probably good to include it as part of our LTP consultation, because it's going to be the sort of thing that will engage people and might draw them into other LTP topics and issues as well. So I'm just suggesting that if we are going to do it, we should perhaps try and time it to coincide with and be part of the LTP consultation.
I wonder whether it's worthwhile looking at slightly before that, and the fact that the implications for that could feed into the long-term plan. And I also wonder it might be quite timely after the summer this year to have a wee revisit then. So it might, I take the point, so we can probably have a discussion of that. Councillor Grovey.
Thank you. Just clarification. The red box not started and the green box not started. There's a mistake there, is it, Lucia, or are they both not started?
They aren't equal in that the responsible camping bylaw, we've got plenty of time ahead of us, so we haven't started it, but I don't consider that we're behind. Whereas the responsible cat ownership education should have been done some time ago. It just hasn't got to the top of the priority list at this point in time.
And is there a possibility, if I could ask one question, just regarding the education of responsible cat ownership? What does it actually mean? What's the education about? My timing might be chair, or what would you think that might be?
It could be a combination of many of those topics. When the general bylaw was approved, we were given $10,000 a year for 3 years to develop an education, to consider how we educate the community in responsible cat ownership. Now that we've got the regulatory services officers on board, we think our opportunity to actually have the time to consider the best option to do this is close.
Right.
and what it will look like, I guess, will come to you in the next few months. Mr. Bardsley, have you got?
To the chair, I could confirm that within the next few months I could have something for you. But basically, some communities are concerned about the number of cats and the fact that they're not microchipped, they're out and about. Cat owners don't know where their cats are. They are causing issues, and whilst we tend to focus a lot on dogs, there are people in the community who are aggrieved about the fact that there's cats digging up their prized gardens and their seeds, especially this time of year. So it's about just informing people about what potential responsibilities are. Some councils have actually put into their bylaws some things in regards to cats, and even new subdivisions are having conditions in the subdivision that there's no cats allowed. That's quite typical in the Wellington area with trying to preserve the native bird life and lizards and things like that. But I don't know if we need to go that far, but just making cat owners aware of what their responsibilities are, and that it's not just a matter of having cats that are running around all over the place and breeding and making more cats.
And just to add a little bit of background to it, the general bylaw at the time, there was some push to have some rules around cats and maximum numbers and things like that in there. And the difficulty around that was then you're going to have to require cats to be microchipped or whatever, so we're bylaw. So there's a whole raft of issues and some of the things that were being proposed. So we took a step back because at that stage it was being talked about in the national. So there was a thought that what would be better to do is spend a little bit of money giving our community the opportunity to get up to where national legislation may bring that discussion. And so, encouraging cat ownership by having them microchipped and at night, and just giving that kind of bit more basis so that we didn't have to go down the rules road. It was a fun discussion.
Well, I was going to suggest perhaps they could have cat parks like they have dog parks. But that might be taking a wee bit far, Chair.
Did you have another question?
Thank you for the clarification. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the responsible camping bylaw, can I ask Mr. Bardsley what information he'll be collecting over this summer to assist the committee to do the bylaw review, perhaps after summer camping season is finished?
Through the chair. We've actually put funding in again, funding application in again to MBIE. They've indicated that there's some money available this season, although a lot smaller than what it was last season, obviously due to COVID. So we put a joint funding bid in with the Mackenzie. And if we're successful with that, then we'd be looking at having a Freedom Camping Ambassador. Good thing about if we do get the ambassador is that we'll be able to compare information from this season with last season to see if there's obviously any increases in campers in terms of infringements. Obviously, we won't get the overseas people, but we're expecting a lot of New Zealanders to be out and about seeing New Zealand. That's being promoted through the government and other councils. So we'll be able to compare information, and then we'll be able to give, that'll help us in obviously in what we need to look at for the bylaw.
Oh, very good. Sounds good.
Anyone else on page 30?
I'll move the recommendation, Madam Chair.
All in favour, say aye. Against, that's carried.
Fun job, seagulls and cats.
To let the cats loose on this, we don't see.
Access to the roof.
On to the people and culture group.
Well, I'll certainly take the report as read. Just a few highlights to go through first. Firstly, to acknowledge Mr. Finzal for the Leanza Fellowship, which he has been informed of recently and will be being awarded on the 30th. So congratulations to Philip. And also the recent retirement of Margaret Steer. She's always been Zuni. I find Margaret a bit weird to say, but to Zuni, who left us recently as well. In relation to the library information, we were hoping to have a few more stats around the anecdotal feedback that we're getting at the moment, that there is a lot more electronic transactions happening and a lot more use of electronic materials. We'll try to bring that into the next report. We couldn't quite get that information together. And I think all of my managers will agree, thank goodness we're now on level 1. It's going to have a big impact on each of our areas, which is great. Into the Opera House, there's a bit of information in there on the ticketing update, and Francis may well wish to talk more about that. Obviously there was the Fair Go show on last night. I'm not sure if you all saw it, where they took the ticket holder perspective in terms of the experience that ticket holders are having with Ticket Rocket, and there was an Oamaru based ticket holder who featured the Opera House quite well, so that was good. And then in terms of the gallery museum, great to see that galleries feels like it's getting back to normal. We've had our first changeover of shows. The numbers, although I haven't got them in this report yet, they'll come in a trend update. They're looking pretty good. I think it was mentioned that we had maybe 50 in there on Saturday, so that's really good numbers. And we've also, as you'll see in the report, Chloe has highlighted that we've got our iwi engagement kicked off now, which has been marvellous, because that's one of the issues that really is impacting on when we get those doors open in museums.
Fantastic. Well, if we take it page by page, councillors, we start on page 32. Everyone's with us. Nothing on 32. Move on to page 33. Right, page 34. I'd just like to reiterate your congratulations to Mr. Van Zyl. Fantastic. It's really awesome to have that recognition, and I think it's probably, everyone would agree, very well deserved. So, well done. Page 34. Right, page 35, obviously taking on board what you said, I'm guessing in the total issues renewals that we don't have the electronic issues.
If I could just defer to Mr. Van Zyl for that one. So looking at our total issues and renewals chart on page 35.
I just note in April we have no issues and renewals, and I'm guessing that we did in fact on one second. Well, I know because I borrowed some.
We did a huge push before we closed. I mean, we had 2 days and we'd never seen anything like that flying out. There was some empty shelves actually.
So we're going to say we'll look more at the trends information, particularly around the electronic stats in our next report.
Certainly want to comment that the communication was really good at that time. I myself, who didn't really know my library card number and bits and pieces and sign-ons, that was all walked through really well. I think obviously you'd had the same question fired at you quite a few times. Right, councillors, any other questions on page 35?
Just, Philip, I don't expect an answer now, but I'm assuming that Clyde is a bit concerned about the current client cardholder numbers. And we have any sort of campaign to try and increase the numbers.
A lot of the card holders, we did do a bit of a culling.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, that's fine.
Do you want to?
Near quick shot.
Didn't get that from me, thanks.
Councillor Newton.
We shall move on.
Good.
Yes, you had mentioned that earlier.
Anything else on page 35? Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. No doubt for your customer liaison too, that's going to be a bit easier in level 2, level 1.
Little bit.
Little bit. Right, 39. Francis, did you have any other points you wanted to cover around the ticket rocket or anything comfortable with?
No, it's really out of our hands. It's in receivership, so we've been able to terminate the contract, so that's a huge relief. But yeah, now we just need to work with receivers, and they are saying they're putting priority on ticket holders, so let's hope so.
I could just add to that, Francis has worked really hard with our IS team as well to ensure that the patron-based system that we're looking at doesn't have any of the loopholes that previous contract had. So it's looking like a really good system. They've given us the green light to go ahead with it. So Francis will be working on that over the next little while, but it looks like a great system and a good improvement for us, and one that others are picking up as well.
Can I just perhaps ask, Francis, have you had to deal with many ticket holders that have been aggrieved, if you like, and perhaps upset with council or the Opera House at all? Or?
We have had, yes, many, and they understand that we're the agent. So, and they've been really, really supportive for us, to be honest, and because we haven't had anyone who's been screaming, and they can see they just fully understand our position.
Right, well done to explain it in that case. So, yeah.
We keep communication going with them continually. They'll get in some more information about how they can apply to be a creditor as well. If apply, but it's a process.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
Just to add to that, Francis is working with the comms team on a media release following last night's show. It was very good timing, again, just to inform those ticket holders how to go about that process, reiterating the good communications that Francis and her team have already done.
So, right, anything else on 39 or 40?
Yes, on 40, Francis, just patron days, I'm just trying to work out how you and we, the council, have direct control of this. I mean, obviously it's not our system and other people are using it as well. You mentioned that. So can you just explain how we have direct control over what the implications of that are, please?
So the control is, we have license to use the system, but it is set up. We don't have access to other venues, and they won't have access to our ticket system. So we have direct control. That way we control it right from the beginning, with the promoter. We build the platform and everything goes online, and all the funds come through council as well. So, and it's we had a similar situation with Ticket Direct, except that it was their website that tickets were purchased from, whereas this is actually it's a skin. It's hard to describe. It's a skin that's put over the system that looked all the way through. It won't represent any other platform but the Opera House. So, and there's Auckland Theatre Company's huge theatre company. They've been using it for many years, and Court Theatre and Regent Theatre in Geneva just picked it up. So they're definitely becoming a preferred provider of the service, particularly because of what's happened with the ticketing agencies.
Thank you.
No one else on page 40? We'll go on to page 41.
Yes, Madam Chair. Francis, the third paragraph of your sector update, the only half of the planned events in New Zealand been able to go ahead. The survey shows that 20,000 New Zealand events have been cancelled. That's obviously had a big impact on the Opera House. How long do you think it will continue to have? That's a staggering number.
These are events that doesn't even include things like might be food, food, home and leisure shows that aren't even represented in there. It's a huge impact on the sector. There is events and lobbying as a plans with the government. And we really need strong advocates for the government to actually realise that this is a massive impact for the industry and for all our associate partners or your contractors and the community, because they can't be in an environment which is communal and social, uplifting and filling. So that's how long I think we'll be in and out of this, and we're adapting to it as best we can. Yeah.
But you're still losing shows.
They can be cancelled. It can take 2 years to plan for a major production, and then they're ready to put it on the road, and you reach a level where it can't be held. So yeah, I think we will see the trend will be smaller scale events. Yeah, we can continue to operate and have flexibility.
Thank you.
Anyone else on page 41? Okay, 42. 43.
Yes, Madam Chair. Very quickly, Chloe, I'm just wondering why the visitor numbers for July and August are so different. You're saying they're on a par with previous years. Why was July effectively double August the gallery?
Via the chair on that, I'm just checking my calendar, but it may be that we have areas, sorry, times on my side, I'll check if I'm saying the right thing before I say that. No, the exhibition changeover was the start of September, so I can only say that it reflects previous years and must have a seasonal aspect to it, but yeah.
Just one other very quick question. I know that some time ago the archive team said they would stop accepting donations. So I see you've received this one from George G.T. Gillies and the Gillies family. What do you accept?
Yes, so the wording of that moratorium is on all but the most significant items, and of course when we were approached by the Gillies family from Jude, we realised the significance of that story. So it's some personal artefacts and also some business artefacts. So it includes his tie and a hat that belonged to him, but it also includes some items off trucks that Gillies were selling after the war. And it's a really eclectic lot of things that had been sort of personal things that Jude had held, and now she's decided to pass on to the museum. So yeah, it's an interesting group of items.
What do we do with the trucks?
We'll have to come up with a good plan for the trucks for upstairs.
Okay.
And I wonder, just in answer to your question around the visitor numbers, it wasn't long open in July, so it was probably still with a lot of the first tranche of people getting back in there.
Yeah, that could really be.
Sure it is.
Mm. And it'll be really good now with the Burns kids artwork. All the parents will be in there.
Looks great.
Right, anything else on page 43? Page 44? Hey, Gretchen.
Just wonder if we've got a figure for the cost of municipal by-election.
And short answer, yes, we do. And I'll have to come back to you with what it is.
And
yeah. Off the top of the head, I don't quite have that, but I will get that to you.
It wasn't cheap.
Yeah.
They always say about 30,000.
Some of it there. A lot less, yeah. See if I can
So it
find
was
it.
only the outer area, obviously. Yeah. So number of residences is relatively small, albeit that there are quite a number of non-residents. Just to keep it down. Thank you.
Anything else on page 44? Go to page 45. Good. Right, so we'll go back to the report being received. Thank you. And councillor. Right, any other comments? All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And against, that's carried. Do we want to just adjourn this stage and go on to assets?
We'll move.
Sorry, isn't it now?
You've got to adjourn.
I think the option right now is to adjourn now.
Yeah. Adjourn this meeting.
No reason why you shouldn't all stand up and have a stretch.
Just remember that you are still live.
Yep, that's fine.
You'll excuse me, I'm not on the committee and I have to do some other things. So I'm always replying. Well, I do, because you're chair of the committee. Thank you. But not a member. No, that's being polite. That's the millennial. Rude old words.
Because it's important.
Yes.
Point, Mr. Chairman. I'm not allowed to say that, am I? That one's been used. Been used. Okay, so welcome to the Assets Committee meeting. Had a chance to get yourselves sorted. And welcome to anyone who's happens to be watching. Any apologies? Cool. Are there any apologies? All present.
Yes.
So, apologies, any declarations of interest? We'll move on to confirmation of the previous minutes, page 6. Any errors or omissions? And you moved Councillor Holding, seconded Councillor Wallstein. Any discussion at all? If not, all in favour, please say aye. That may be approved. Those against, no. And that's carried. Thank you. Move on to page 10. Item number 4, speed limit review.
Just a very quick introduction. The speed limit review has been in front of the committee and council on a number of occasions. And I guess this here is the finale where we have all of the information back to you from the community. So we had a really good engagement from the community through a couple of rounds of consultation. And what we have in front of you now is the result of that work that we present to the committee, and then we'll go to the council for final endorsement. So yeah, really good engagement, and we were able to give a good steer about what we believe the recommended speed limit should be, which is contained in the report. Really. And we have Mr. Harrison, Mr. Moore here to answer any questions you may have around the detail consultation or if you wish to change these recommendations.
Okay, so here's your opportunities for questions. Councillor Taverner.
Just on quite a few areas you've got that you're not recommending a change because there hasn't been a huge lot of public support come through in the submissions. Are these areas that we've gone out with a potential change for and like raised it and then not had much feedback, or are they areas that are on board during the consultation that haven't had any other support to them?
Yes, through the chair. The proposals that went through for consultation and resulted in the majority not of public submissions not in favour of the proposed change mean that we will stick with the existing speed limit.
So there's probably some where it come from the suggestions from the community in the first place, then the community hasn't supported it, and some might have been put forward throughout the then have against other.
Because there's some where you've mentioned that there's not been any feedback from the community. There are ones that we've suggested. Does that indicate that the community might be comfortable with what we're suggesting? Or has that only been the direction we've taken when it's been brought to someone else?
Well, through the chair, with the 300 submissions, we received 299, I think it was. It was a very good coverage. So we're actually not proposing any change. It's leaving where it is at the moment, so that's current speed limit. That's supported by comments that we've had one way or another. We're actually proposing that there's no change to the proposals we put up. That's come through with a good support from the community. And when they closed, we had 50%, very roughly 51, 49, but say 50% were in favour of the proposals that were put up. The remaining 50% where they said no, when we looked at those, around about half of those were actually saying yes, but they wanted to either have a lower speed limit or a slightly different area. So we've actually sitting in a position where about 80% of people that are submitted are in favour of the proposals that went out from your previous look at these.
Well, Chief, thank you. Well, on this committee, the question on page 15 regarding our road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up from the bottom. It's currently got a temporary speed limit of 70. And the commentary that I've had, although it's not supported by the 16 or 17 respondents, is that why would it go to 80 when it's already currently at a temporary of 70, given the volume of Alps to Ocean cyclists that have to ride on that road in the summertime particularly. And they tell me that the temporary speed limit has been there for quite a while. So all I really want to know is what justification can you tell us to increase it to 80 from currently the temporary, permanently 100, temporary 70, up to 80? What's the justification apart from the 4 or 5 people or 17 people that may have said this is what we want? Safety is a major issue here.
Yes, through the chair. The New Zealand Transport Agency, with their Safer Journeys risk management tool, Mega Maps, they propose a range of posted speed limits which exclude 30s and 70s, as they prefer to have 60s and 80s in that rural fringe area below 100. So when we have a look at Mega Maps to ascertain a safe and appropriate speed, the safe and appropriate speed which is recommended is 80, as opposed to the 70, which is the temporary speed limit.
Just as a question as to how about Councillor Roby, perhaps, what would be the implications if the Assets Committee here wish to override that and actually say, no, we think it's a special the Assets Committee thinks it's a special circumstance, we prefer it to be 70. Can that be done through this process today?
Through the chair, very good point. Yes, that can be done. The council or the committee here can actually make that decision, because this is the point of that. It gets reviewed by the Transport Agency, now Waka Katoa, around making sure that it is a safe and appropriate speed and that it's representative of the environment. And if I recall that the issue around 30s and 70s was an issue There is a review that's come out just very, very recently, in fact, in the last couple of weeks, to say that they're changing the rules again, which is not a surprise. So if this committee was to choose, say, to adopt a 70k speed on this, something that's would go through for a review. I'm expecting that it'd be unlikely that NCTA or Waitaki would make a change to that, or veto it effectively, because it's still there or thereabouts. If we were to propose a speed that was very much out of context for the road and for their rules, they do have that standback position of being able to change it at the last minute.
So, would they be happier up there if it went back to, say, 60?
Yeah, I think that's the view that I think, but I can't give you a volume of numbers of people that have said that, but I think they would be 60 and 70 might not be normal zone speed now. They certainly would want 80.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. King. Just on that very point, raised by Councillor McRory, my memory tells me that temporary 70k an hour speed limit was put in, but it was only seasonal, just for the summer season, not all year round. But those signs have stayed there all year round. So is my memory right? It's only a summer, rest of the year it's 80k an hour, and summer it's 70.
Through the chair, I think you'll find that those signs are more informatory rather than regulatory.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so look, we don't want to go through this road by road, but if councillors have got any other particular roads that they'd like to discuss, please do so. But that is one that we should note. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, referring to the page 13 again, in relation to a proposal on Oamaru, Main Street, dropping it from 50 to 40, and no change has been recommended to council at this time. Can you perhaps explain what at this time is in relation to that proposal?
Through the chair, that is, it would be something that would need to be discussed in the future, because at the moment putting up a 40 or 30k sign on Thames Street, it is not result in a behavioural change, because the environment deal with a 4-lane separated road. It's is marginal about representing a 50 kilometre speed. If you're putting us a 40 or a 30, it will become quite confusing. And so we're saying not at this time. It's something that should be addressed in the future.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, shall we go back to page 10? Some recommendations there. I'm more than happy to add in for consideration any changes that we might want to make with regard to, say, OHA, for argument's sake. But it's up to Councillor Wilson. Have you got a plan?
No, I haven't, but I don't want to dominate the comments, but I would support Councillor McRoby entirely on that road as being only 60, because it's a very narrow road, it's blind, it's a little bit uphill and down dale, and there are no verges to get off the road. So if a cyclist is riding that road and here's a car coming, there's nowhere for the cyclist to go. So I certainly support Mr. McRoby, and that road should probably be no more than 60.
Thank you.
Are you looking for someone to move?
Well, if there's no further questions or particular spots that we'd like to discuss, Councillor Miller.
Just an overall comment. I mean, we've never, my only concern is that we've never seen this in a diagrammatical form. We just have seen it as a bunch of road names, and it can sometimes be very difficult for us to get a picture of how this is actually going to end up. It could be a very haphazard approach and confusing end result, and that's my only concern. So I'm just hoping that it has been looked at by staff in a manner that it's more flowing and more easy to read how the whole system's going to go in the end. Just so we don't end up with something that we look like a bunch of, we haven't really done our job properly.
Through the chair, that's a very, very good point on that. And it's one thing that we did pick up was with Saleyards Road.
Yes, Saleyards Road in between Chalmers Street and Western Road. That was I guess you could say a missing link between some of the roads in that near vicinity, which we reviewed. And as part of the consultation, we received a petition from the residents of Parsons Road to consider lowering the speed limit of Saleyards Road in that portion. And we were able to include that in this report with the 60-kilometre speed limit, which ties in nicely with all the side roads and intersection improvements we've got planned.
So that was the only one that we had identified or picked up through this process, because with Mega Maps, Mega Maps is just a tool that NZTA put together that identifies all these things. But as we're looking at the individual ones, we can see how they fit together as a network.
I think you're quite right. There were a lot of roads considered, and we did leave it up to individuals to kind of look after their own area a little bit, rather than someone or a group being particularly over the whole lot. And we have had a reasonably good response, I understand, from the public by way of submission, and that's really good. Anyway, to move forward now, I mean, it has been around for a while. It'd be really nice to get it to a point where we've got it complete.
Mr. Chair, if you're happy, I'll move the recommendations as they are there, with the addition of, I think, approves and recommended speed. Waitaki is shown in table with amendments, which we can describe those as we go through, I think. And the rest of it's basically as read. There is just between clause 1 and 2, there's a speed number 1 sitting in there. Just remove that one. The rest of it's as read as written.
Right.
So, amending the Lake Ohio Road in here or not?
Well, I think if we look at these individual things, it's a wee bit difficult to try and modify that. I think that's one where it's been raised, there's been no objection, but people can perhaps address that. So what the overall motion is, though, is that where these suggestions are brought up as individual ones, if there's not objection, then they are those parts of make up part of the amendments that we would have to the table.
Yeah, I think it'd be quite good if we could list those amendments just for as we do them.
Yeah, sure. So Lake Ohio Road, one.
We're going to move this resolution first, and then maybe move another resolution just with the.
Okay, we don't normally do it that way. We can do that.
Yeah, I think that'll be best. So, are we all clear? We've got the recommendations in front of us.
And number two, we'll just edit with amendments.
With amendments.
Listing amendments.
And we'll list the amendments.
So number 6 would be the amendments.
Okay, yeah, that's great. So shall we put the recommendations?
Just wondered if we got a second to.
No,
you haven't. No,
yeah,
you were just
Thank
talking.
you, Councillor Tavendale. Any further discussion?
Just speaking to it, you know, there's been a lot of consultation on this. I know I've mentioned it publicly a number of times, there's been media and so forth, but I think some of these things will still catch some people unawares. They may have an impact greater than what they're realising, but you can only do what you can do as far as communications go. I think we have done a good job of that. I'm certainly happy to hear that the team has looked at this in a holistic way and made sure that there's no gaps, no sudden changes up and down from one speed to another and back again too quickly, that it is a cohesive plan. And overall, with the growth in some areas and changes of activity and so forth, I think they are quite appropriate changes for the most part, and they should help make our roads safer.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
No, and that's carried. And now number 6. I mean, has anyone got any other particular ones that they'd like to discuss?
Just on that, Mr. Chair, I looked at Harbour Street and, putting the different parts there. You've also got Tyne Street, you've got Itchen Street from 10th Street going through to Tyne Street. They're all at 40. In some ways, it would be good to have Harbour Street slower than that. But what that means is having to have, go from 50 to a 40 and then to 30, and having to have signage on Harbour Street, which I know that, is not overly desired by, those who are responsible, have some responsibility for that area being. So, I accept that, hey, look, it's not going to be perfect, but it's at least people will be aware that they're slowing down in that area. They need to be a bit more mindful, a bit more careful, and I think that those sorts of things it just makes sense to have that all of that as full rather than changing it. So that's the other view of not changing from what we've got.
Good. Any further comments? All right, I think we can move on.
So we just need a resolution to say that.
A resolution for any change.
Yeah, to change Lake Howe Road to 60 kilometres an hour.
Move that the amendments are Lake Howe Road.
Okay.
So, and the speech.
And it's seconded.
Seconded.
Mr. Harrison.
Through the chair, I just wanted to say that the latest version today of the mega maps does recommend Lake Howe or reinforce Lake Howe Road at 60 kilometres per hour. So the suggestion from the committee here is a very pertinent and appropriate. Thank you.
Wise, even.
Right, so that's a good outcome. So this we moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favour, please say aye. Aye. No, it's carried. Thank you. Now.
Can I just perhaps move on to start, get back to that Lake Howe Road. I was just reading here on page 19. The Ocean Trail near the lakefront, so where the trail comes on the lakefront, to Howe House Station. Where's Howe House Station? That right at the top of the lake, way around the gravel road.
Yes, that's correct. So it's along the far end all the way up to the dock boundary.
Yeah. Right. No, that's fine for me. It's gravel road, it's pretty windy, and that's fine. Thanks, Roger.
People be pleased.
Happy to move on. Okay, let's go on to page 25. Roading
Right, so the roading bylaws in conjunction with the speed limit review have also been updated, and I think as we went through the SS committee, has been out of consultation. We explained they've been split into 3 different areas to manage. It was a relatively light over touch, and the change that's really just been amended to bring up the latest legislation or any changes which made the previous version of the bylaw not quite aligned with other laws or policies. So the changes had been all attached and yellow where they were made. I also saw feedback. I think we received, was it 40 submissions?
Yes, that's correct.
So yeah, a relatively light submission process. However, it wasn't intended to do very much in-depth review, but really just to align with our practices. So, yeah, they are. Did you want to add anything else?
Through the chair, just to reiterate the fact that the reason for splitting of those 3 sections to the future, it's likely that speed limits will be managed from a central government or some sort of central position, and part of their first move will be to repeal the local bylaws. So by separating them in this process gives an opportunity to easily manage that without affecting our other bylaws. So that was the driver behind it. Submissions coming in, while there was light submissions, it was indicative that they had actually looked at the detail on it particularly around there's the exercising of horses on grass verges and berms and what that meant. So there was some quite granular level looking from those submitters. So it was encouraging that people had taken the time.
Okay, so thank you. Any questions? Not intending to go through this page by page.
We did.
Anything anyone wishes to comment on? Councillor Holmes.
Page 46, 4.7. Could you just expand on that? About the landowner could be considered as part of responsibility.
I think you can handle that. It was around the trees.
Yes.
Prisoner X has to cause damage to a road, footpaths, signage and pavement.
The adjacent landowner may be considered as party responsible. So,
which
4.7 on page.
0.7.
Page 47.
So that was particularly in the situation where you end up with a lot of detritus that spread up the road from vehicles and other generally farming related activities, but could be construction related. So it's everybody else's fault when we've got an awful lot of silage and other. When I say silage, I mean it's material that's coming off the wheels and tracks of vehicles that have come off the private property. When we're trying to clean that up, we find that nobody seems to know anything about it. The only thing we do know is which property it's come from. So when we talk to that property owner, it's around creating behavioural change to the future rather than that particular thing. So this is around clearing that up. So that's why we're talking to the property owner when nobody else is identified.
I just had one question, Chair, Roger. The second schedule, page 63, refers to skateboarding control. It's very particular, but it's actually quite broad when you look at the definition. So that title should actually be changed to something more generic.
Yes, yeah, through the chair, that's probably a good idea because it's more than just skateboards that's been identified there. So we can change that. Those areas are also unchanged from the existing running bylaw 2013.
Through the chair, when we talk about sort of skateboard control and the second schedule, it says no person shall use any skateboard, motorised, recreational scooter. There's quite a definition there, but it's left a description of skateboarding control to actually be an all-encompassing description. Just it was hard to actually come up with something there, so that's why we balanced that in the definitions. We think we've got everything covered there, but if there's something that is recommended, happy to consider that.
I was just wondering, in relation to the maps associated on page 165, consideration has been given in terms of updating those with the still valid in today's climate versus 2013.
Through the chair, though would be led by the committee, but those areas there are the areas where it's a significant pedestrian areas where it's the greatest space is used by people in different modes, and that's why to actually limit what happens in that place. So it's generally that hasn't extended, hasn't changed too greatly. We could say it will change over time. I would expect.
Okay, Chair.
Is the scooters, non-motorised scooters specifically excluded?
Yes, through a chair, there was an item of feedback we received from the public is that it is thought that children now on their way to school who utilise foot-powered scooters should be exempt from these areas. So we've taken that on board and changed the definition to motorised recreational instead to enable the foot-powered scooters to operate in these areas, while anything that's such as an e-scooter or petrol powered scooter would remain excluded.
Good as go.
Councillor Wolfton.
Yeah, I was just on the same point, Roger, just the bottom of page 33, top of page 34. Recommend allowing e-scooters to be ridden on the footpaths and on shared paths at a slow speed and on the road. Riders should also be able to park them on the edge of the footpath. That's a pipe dream compared to my experience in Dunedin with e-scooters. The next bit is recommended trialling footpath courtesy zone, where people can travel by scooter, skateboard on the footpath, but at a slow speed. That's also a pipe dream. In my experience.
Yes. Yes, through the chair, that was a recommendation from, I believe, the Southern District Health Board to trial those zones. And well, I tend to agree that maybe it is a bit of a pipe dream. It's something to work towards anyway, and not we can implement that on our footpaths.
Can I perhaps ask a follow-up question? What enforcement would be provided to ensure the e-scooters do travel at a slow speed on shared paths?
Through the chair, that's a pertinent question, and I think ourselves, along with most other councils, would struggle with how to do that. Most enforcement for speed is done by the police, and I don't believe they have an appetite to adapt their equipment to measure people.
So we haven't made changes to that bylaw?
No, they were part of the submissions come in, so we haven't changed that as.
Thank you.
Councillor Holden.
I can make one up. So I was just getting a bit confused because it did say you can have wheels under 305mm. That would be a scooter.
Through the chair, that's through existing road user rule or through the road code that children's bikes of a diameter 355mm are permitted on a footpath. And at the moment, Ministry of Transport going through their proposal to allow possibly cycling on footpaths through the Accessible Streets Rules package, which we're awaiting further information on.
Yeah, that was through the chair. That consultation was put out by the ministry some months ago. It's been held back now until after the election. There was a lot of response to that, and it's quite controversial, quite challenging for those that want it, I suppose those are trying to protect the space. Thank you, Councillor Billmore.
Page 66, driving of stock permitted in all areas where the speed limit is not 100. I just want to be sure we've had our mind directed towards that, the rural areas and reducing the limits. We don't want to like catch anyone out or set anyone up for a bit of disaster there. Yeah. Exactly.
Through the chair, they should be quite complementary activities. The stop driving is something that we do manage by permits on the way through. One of the things with the safe and appropriate speeds that we're setting now is to make sure, is to enable people driving on the roads in their normal way, that they're travelling at a speed that they can react to seasonal or environmental changes that are unexpected.
Any further questions? If not, let's go back to page 25 to the recommendations. Someone prepared to move accordingly. Jeremy did.
Yeah, I can move. Do you want them separately?
I think we can do that all. Unless there was a need. No. You're moving. You, second, Councillor Milmore. Any further discussion?
Just in relation to this second document, page, there's maps to be added. Just wondering if 6. Time restricted zones, maps to be added. No, they're not in this, so I'm assuming they'll be completed and form part of the document.
Yes, that is correct. We have maps prepared are almost prepared and they haven't been appended to this report yet, but they certainly will be prior to adoption of the bylaw.
Okay.
Changing the
Any
zones.
vote? Any further comment, question? If not, all those in favour of the recommendations, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. That's carried. Thank you. Moving on now to the activity report. No, road stopping, page 99. Right, Renee.
Hello.
Are you in charge?
I am. So this report here, we've had an application for from an adjoining owner to stop a road. The road doesn't actually lead to anything. So we've checked with the roading team. They have no plans to form the road. So we are requesting to stop it.
Quick question. Is it known whether anyone uses it in its paper road state?
There's actually a property that's built on it. So for those purposes, but no one uses it as a road.
Just explaining, sometimes these roads are used by recreational users and so forth, and just making sure that wasn't the case. It does go through the middle of what seems like paddocks and forest. Forest.
The formal road stopping process does enable any feedback that we have, well, anyone who has an issue with it come back to us. So there is, this is not the, this is it. There is that. Should highlight anybody who is actually not aware of it, but I do use the road.
That's it.
Through the chair, certainly the process we go through in discussing this and the advice we get from our from the immediate people that we know that are involved is looking at, could it be used? Is it used? Could it be used? Is there any future possibility that it might be used? So we keep that in mind with before it gets to the stage.
And there are hundreds of these throughout the district, and the more of them that get the same sort of treatment, better. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm aware where this land is, and I'm sure it's not used, so I'm very happy to move the resolution.
Recommendation. Councillor Wilson, is there a seconder? Councillor Newton. Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, all those.
Sorry, just in relation to the number 2, to delegate as chief executive negotiate disposal of the associated land. Is that the right word?
By disposal. Is that your question?
Yeah, what does that mean by that?
Sale.
Just sell the sale.
So once it becomes stopped, it becomes fee simple title, in which case then we can amalgamate it into the adjoining landowner.
Thank you. So then we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. It's carried. Thank you. Now page.
Right, what's sub out Mr. Hyde? Click into this update.
Thanks, Roger.
Stay on listen, of course.
So we'll go through this page by page. And we're starting with roading.
Three waters.
Sorry.
Yeah, right. It looks pretty close to a water reservoir.
So any questions for page 106? Any comments you want to make? Right. So page 107. Eight. Now we let Marty off.
It's a first.
Around to roading.
It's not a question, but just to make a comment that there has been quite a bit of community feedback about the quality of some of the projects taken. They've been quite impressive. Some of the jobs that we've done around this contractors.
roading.
That was quite making firms to Pacey.
I'll hang around just in case.
Next time. 110.
Yeah, just to mention the contract, it was something I was going to raise under the park committee, safety side of things, but
Totally didn't. And
there's an opportunity with our contractors that we use. You know, they have to go through the accreditation process that we have. It would appreciate being able to
it's our health and safety responsibility to actually see what that process is, what's entailed for any of our contractors. You know,
is the bar
at the right level, and so forth. So I know it's not quite an assets thing, but
as far as it's generally going, as often as not,
more often than not, it's the assets
they're using contractors.
But anyway, it's just get
that information.
Yeah, certainly ask Mr. Nelson to come and give you a run through on the contract reduction process and what they're required to do to get site safe accreditation.
So if you'd like to just make that. Okay, page 110. The Street Bridge looks good there.
109 before you pass on to Bill. I was going to just ask a question regarding the, I was on the early pages too, regarding the water pipe renewal throughout towns, which is South Hill. After water pipes have been dug and replaced, the contractor reseals the section of road that's been dug. It leaves a very degraded road surface and road appearance afterwards. Is there a, does that work bring forward any consideration of the resealing of the whole road to restore it to a uniform appearance, uniform standard at all?
It's part of the future, through the chair, it's part of the future planning for that. And we have backtracked from a lot of maintenance on those roads because in the planning with Marty and his team around what was coming up, we've allowed that to move forward so we can come back and do our renewals afterwards. But it is a known fact. It does shorten the life of the road asset every time you, or of a surface asset every time you cut a hole in it. So yeah, we keep on chasing on that. And that's part of our future planning, which we'll talk more about.
Just on page 109 also, just the comment on roadside litter that's increased in several isolated areas, etc. I'm just wondering, do we keep a system of logging so that we can just direct extra effort? I know, of course, you're doing more removing and repairing, but I mean, like, if we might need cameras in the future, if we're keeping some kind of log.
Through the chair, it hasn't got to that level, and it's very inconsistent about where it is going at the moment, but we do get seasonal fluctuations about what's happening, and I'm trying to be a little bit not too pushy around the vandalism, sort of spray painting onto signs. It's a regular thing, and it does come in bursts in one area, so all we can do is really clean up as quickly as we can, because if you leave it there for too long, it encourages other people to do it too. So it's we actually try not to make too much of a thing about it, but it is ongoing. You see other councils, particularly in the bigger cities, they're actually spending millions of dollars each year getting rid of, dealing with tagging and those sort of artistic, I guess, actions.
It's not getting worse, it's just cyclically.
It is cyclic. I'm not aware of it getting worse. I haven't been long enough to actually say with that, but it does happen.
Page 100.
Through the chair, from what say with that 109, 110, so the 109 showing that street there, because that works there is before we get onto our roading works, it's showing a good example of how our other utility providers, the Three Waters and the power and telecom actually coming in to actually do it once and do it right. So it's really good to see that happening.
Right order. Good.
It won't always happen though.
Nothing else on page 110. The 10th Street Bridge looks very good. Well done to the team. That bridge to its original glory. That's the whole.
I was wondering if there's a ETA for the completion of the D Street.
Through the chair, I don't have an ETA, but I did look at it this morning and see the footpath's all sealed, and it's just the road reinstatement to go, and the signs are starting to come down, so I'm expecting that very, very prominently, very imminently.
Page 111. Councillor Pearson.
The coach rail, 300,000, is that track the NZTA subsidy?
Through the chair, it most certainly does. There's very little of anything we do on the roads that doesn't get co-invested.
So they've been, from the inspection report, identified the crash risk. Well, I've had a look at several of these places where you put in totally new crash barriers, but I've never been before. And I just wonder how it's selected, particularly one in particular, Post Gully Road, Livingston Road, section near the two bridges. I've lived up there for over 20 years and I've never seen an accident there. All of a sudden we've got this highly expensive rail. I mean, who decides where it should go?
Through the chair, that comes through our asset management inspections, and sometimes it's around potential, and it's also around the network journey through to make sure we've got them. But it's also the potential fall distance over the edge. I'm not aware of the particular one that Mr. First is talking about, but it is part of a system.
Page 112.
Just on your road safety coordination, I commend you guys developing the community road safety action plan. And we've just heard about the age-friendly status that we're looking at through Safer Waitaki. I see you're talking to all the same people. Is this in conjunction with what Safer Waitaki is doing, or is it happening separate from each other?
Through the chair, working very much in conjunction with them, because what we're doing on an infrastructure basis is very much informed by what's coming from Safer Waitaki and all users.
Fantastic, good to hear. Thank you.
Just on that road safety coordination, just wanting to clarify that it's covering the entire district.
Through the chair, it's certainly the whole district, yes, and part of that coordination too is talking with our partners in Waimate, Timaru, Dunedin and Central Otago, so that it's not just in our area, saying that it's actually consistent through the region.
Further on page 112, page 113. The camping grounds were opened up last weekend. My understanding, Mr. Hyde might tell us that there's a good lineup of people wanting to get their spots.
Yeah, I believe at Hallstone there was 40 vehicles waiting to get in. So yeah, no, everything went reasonably well from what I hear. So yeah, no major dramas, which is great this time of the year. But yeah, it should be a good season.
I'm picking it's going to be a really big season up the valley this year. And I think it's something that we'll have to monitor and perhaps extend accordingly, but I'm not quite sure how we do that. Anyway, that's what it's for. So, right. Anything else? Now that we're into recreation on page 113. Yeah, Mr. Chair, not a member of the committee, but thank you for letting me ask a question. Do we ever do audits on, the use of locations like the Mavis Shore Reserve? I noticed that we're now including it in our maintenance contract, so presumably it wasn't previously. Is that right?
Part of the Mavis Shore, my understanding is that part of Mavis Shore was part of the existing previous parks contract.
Right.
Obviously with the KDIC undertaking the work, there was a little bit more scope where obviously they undertook some planting, so some increased scope to come into that area. So there was always an element there's also an element that was probably a little bit rough, but a chance to improve the appearance of it, which has been undertaken, and as a result, we're taking on that maintenance of that moving forward.
So, I mean, I'm just wondering, do we know how many people use these reserves? I mean, we're paying money to maintain them and so on. Do we ever get any kind of use census stats?
No, we don't do any sort of in-depth surveys at all to get a gauge of users, but we also don't do that for the public gardens as well. So we've got a lot of anecdotal evidence, and generally it will be complaints will probably give us an idea of if people are using it and are frustrated with the existing level of service, or if things aren't being done well anyway.
Part of the cycle trail, and I'd just say it looks very nice up there. Neil.
Sorry, yeah, no, I certainly had a look at it the other day, and had a walk up the Kura Hill, and I'd say that track is very well used. Yeah, it was lots of evidence of lots of traffic. So yeah, I think this particular area is well used.
Yeah, I was just going to say, but anecdotally it does seem to be well used, but it isn't just about the users. Actually, this is the entrance into Kura from the western end, and it's much improved from when there was just a bunch of scraggly pine trees and things. They've been tidied up. There's a lot of new trees being planted and so on, and it's just a much better entrance to Kura. It's great pride in our place, really.
Thank you.
Further on page 114.
Yeah, just comment about the navigation lights. The decision of the Shoreline Committee looks at that they put reflective tape around various areas of those entranceways, those harbours, and it's now been done. So to add to that.
But they've gone further than putting tape around. They've actually put reflective poles each one, so they're very, very easy to find. So for those boaties who accidentally stay out too late on the entrance to the ramp areas, and more importantly, emergency services, we heard from them the difficulty they had if they had a search at night. So on Aviemore, trying to find units in Boat Harbour.
Quite hard, yeah.
So it's actually a really good safety improvement.
Okay, moving on to page 115. Just mark the community-led development in Otamatata. I think it's brilliant what those guys are doing up there. Councillor Hugh.
I've got 3 questions. The Macrae's domain and tennis courts. It says that no further communication has been received. Is that just a communication issue, or is it progressing in some context?
To be fair, I can't answer that question. All I can understand is what Eric's put in those notes. So I would be pretty certain we'll be following up with Macrae's to make sure we do get follow-up with that at some stage in the future anyway.
And same with the squash club proposals. Is that a communication issue?
Yes, this has been an issue that's been ongoing for quite some time. We have been making contact with the, I guess it's the president of the squash club. There are other interested members that definitely want to pursue this and see a solution to this. So we do have some plan Bs in place if we don't get some answers reasonably soon. As I said, it has been an ongoing issue anyway.
Sorry, third question, just in relation to the racking rubbish bins. I think with the event of the
yes,
on the shorefront there is a lot more rubbish coming up from down that way. I'm just looking for some sort of business might be advisable for clearing out these boxes.
To answer your question, no, there hasn't been any agreement with the business owner to assist with that. That's the first time I've seen the photo was when I've had a look at the report, so I knew there was an issue, but not to the extent as what it is. I guess Eric will, if he's keen to follow that up, he can follow that up with the business owner. However, even though it's been contributed from that, maybe contributed from that area, there could be other factors, people bringing rubbish from outside the area that could just complicate that issue a little bit further. So I don't know if we'll get a clean answer on that one, to be fair. As long as we solve the issue is probably the important thing.
Yeah, thank you. I sympathise with your question, Peter, but the same point applies to both McDonald's and KFC, doesn't it? So, what does council have any power to enforce people to pick up rubbish to supply from a business like that?
Definitely from a parks point of view, no, and I'm assuming from the roading point of view, it'll be exactly the same. That's what we put rubbish bins in those areas. Hopefully, try and stop litter from spreading. And at times there is either events or activities that do create an increase in the litter volume anyway.
Sorry. I think the issue here is that this is very, adjacent to the business concerned, and the type of packaging they used is not packaging that's easily, as you can tell from the picture, it doesn't squash down very easily. So it takes up and fills bins very, very quickly. So I think we, there is an opportunity to have a discussion with the business owner and see whether they can sort that in one way or another. I mean, it's great that the business is doing so well, but it's a matter
of just note that a fair bit of that rubbish appears recyclable, and maybe that's actually more the key discussion here, that if we've got rubbish that's been collected that's a huge portion of it being recyclable, maybe we should be putting a recycling bin and giving people the chance to do the right thing there, rather than just it all going into the general waste stream.
Can you just comment on that, just in terms of coming from a recycling background, it's food tainted, which isn't necessarily good for something. It depends on people in this, so you have to be really.
Councillor Hopkins? Just looking at the photograph, maybe the sensible thing for us to do would be to design a bin that fits the kind of rubbish that it's getting. Because it looks to me as though if we had a different sort of bin, it would be possible to put the rubbish in.
Looks like spiral. Okay, so I think you've got a good steer on that.
Yep.
Let's move on to page 116.
Just on the Keep Beautiful, that's a new branch that's launched here in Waitaki, which I think is really exciting. There's certainly been a lot of talk about something like that for a while, so it's been great to end up and lead that. And just want to thank our staff for coming along to that initial meeting, and they were really, really helpful when it came to what support we offer, and also the environment. I just think there's so many really good projects in this area that are happening in Waitaki, and if we can find a better way to facilitate them and actually all work together, to get information out there as to what cleanup is happening when and things, because you've got your enviro schools, you've got high schools doing a lot of work, you've got other groups that are doing a lot of work as well. So I think we could all work together a wee bit better there. But really good initiative, and it's really exciting to see this start up again.
Yeah, just a comment on that photograph as well on Test Street. It's a very popular parking spot for people who typically live in McDonald's and KFC or whatever it may be. There's a very small old rubbish bin there, which is often totally overloaded. I just suggest to the team that perhaps that rubbish bin size and perhaps a number of times it's empty has to be reviewed.
Okay, someone will make a note of that. Councillor Crowley.
Question please on the observation and a comment. First thing, just a comment to say to the team of people working on the trail, it's quite tricky. And I've seen some photos that I'm very seen around last week, which so that's a really thumbs up to those people. You guys are doing that. The second question is who is employed the A2A trial manager? Which organisation is employing that person?
That is the council.
Oh, our council.
Yep, we're responsible for that. Yep.
We're the only funder.
For trail manager, Neil, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it is, isn't it?
One committee, and Mackenzie makes a contribution to the trail management, as do we, but obviously we pay for physical works on our own sites.
If I can just comment from memory, there was a grant received by council of an amount of something like $45,000 or $50,000 towards the trail manager. I can't remember the details of.
That is in the current report that we got the funding for that. So, yep, so that's definitely been, yeah, we've received that. Well, definitely been given that funding. And so that was up to a maximum amount that we could apply for at the stage, subject to the amount of input we give to the role as well.
I think the role, Lindsay, is 0.5 of FTE, 0.5 of your reporting is
look,
the trial manager.
And yeah, sorry, yeah, I'm guessing that would be about right, Colin, to be fair.
Okay, looking forward to completion of what's happening up there. It's going to be great.
Just page 117, Campbell's Bay and Mariki toilets projects have been completed. This morning, the council meeting, there's an unspent budget of $128,000 carried over, asked to be carried over to complete those projects. Is that just not a pick up in the system?
Well, it depends when they're finished. They might have been completed because the financial year went to 30 June. So if they were finished in, I think they were finished in August, so that would carry over the bank for that component. So it might still be a small amount left over, I'm not sure, but I think they were actually physically completed in this financial year to carry over.
And they look great.
Yeah, there's been a fair bit more landscaping and things like there. They seem to be just finishing up. And just want to comment that it looks amazing around there. The plantings and the paths and everything, it's just changed the whole look of the place. And it's opened it right up, and I'd say they've done justice to a beautiful area.
That's good.
Yeah. So forward to summer.
Kakanui.
Nothing further on. Won't take much. Page 117, 118.
The contractor was saying that it would be quite a lot easier if those railways went in.
Yes. Character there.
Question. Just wondering, Mr. Jones, I want to talk about the capstans on the wharf.
Sure. Yeah, so we've had a request if the furthest way capstan, which used to be operated, I believe, they're quite large, about the size of this table, probably weigh about a tonne. So there's two of those in the wharf that were electronically controlled, and so we're going to try and make the furthest way one, which is the main work on removable. That's not part of this work, that'll be part of the next phase of work, so that could be removed and restored at some stage in the future. That are requests from
So yeah, just asked for that comment because I think it's a great opportunity to actually have a bit of the heritage working again in the harbour. So it was the big, the large round things that they put the ropes on to help pull the ships in closer into the wharf. And yeah, it's an important part of the story, just as the railway lines themselves were a big part of the history of the wharf.
Yeah, there are a couple of smaller manual ones, if you like, that Mr. Banks, who's doing some work at the moment, has managed to get moving, but we need the love to really free it up.
Hopkins. Yeah, I just want to, Renee, you may be able to help here. The biggest month in recorded history at the airport of 4,118 movements. I'm presuming an awful lot of that would be New Zealand, but are there any other users whose usage has increased? Are you able to, does the data give you that information or not?
Yes, it does. Through Mr. Chair. Yes, the data does give that information. A lot of it is NZAA, but there has been an increase in movement, obviously due to the COVID effect.
So how come that translates to more movement?
So what they do is, because they couldn't fly then, they get flying hours up immediately.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, yes. Right. There's somewhere, I saw some of those figures recently too.
Correct. That was emailed out to council.
Correct. Okay, anything further on page 118? 19? 20? Councillor Holden.
Let's move recommendations that receive the assets update.
Right, I just want to talk about the last page.
Oh, sorry. We can-
You've got a new switchboard to talk about, yes.
While he's done that, I'll just.
Ask questions about the switchboard.
So we'll hold that
We'll
move.
accept that recommendation and second by Mayor Kircher. Any further discussion? They want to say about the new switchboard.
Goes well.
Look, I'm really pleased to see the pictures on the back page. It's all progress.
Saves the words.
Is there a use to the old one?
I saw it heading north.
Yes, we sold it. Of course we did.
Councillor.
So just one question in relation to the generator. I think it's all tested live.
Yes. Yes, I have.
12.
Yes.
Good. So with that, we'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Country no. Carried. And that completes meeting. So we'll now sign off. Thank you.
Just thanks to the public on the live stream. And, yeah, same channel in a couple of weeks' time.